Man, you be a Julie and Jim. Every year, do the agenda. Man, by Julie and Jim. Every year, do the agenda. Man, you by Julie and Jim. Every year, do the agenda. Man, by Julie and Jim. Every year, do the agenda. Man, you be and Jim. Every year, do the agenda. Man, you be and Jim.
This is Geoffrey Kayamba, Member of Parliament representing the Commonwealth South constituency of the Greater Masaka and an alternative minister for sports. One of my priorities as a minister is sports infrastructure at a regional level. So that in Arua, we have an international stadium, the same in Kyagulanyi, the same in Masaka, that will help us to grow the sports more and more and more. And that's the role of the government. Another priority is about the tax waivers. When we look at other sectors we have in this country, other investors are given tax waivers. Other products come free of taxes, but sports is totally different. Sports is becoming professional. Sports is just growing in our country. So we need a greater attention there. That's why we call upon what we need. We get to give tax waivers to the investors that come here. To remove taxes from all sports products that come into our country so that we can attract more investors into the sport. If we don't do that, we are going to lose many people and sports is going to remain as a leisure activity. When we look at former athletes, the way they look, my friend, a better system for them, financial system for them. They need, if you come on a national team, you need to be paid, you need to receive your pensions so that you can act as a good example to the young generation. Thank you very much.
Dr. Batua Timothy Lusala, Member of Parliament, Jinja West Constituency. I'm the Shadow Minister of Health. I lead the entire opposition on matters on health. We've looked at budget priority number 1 as the need of functionalizing health center force. We've established that there is a relationship between dental care and many communicable diseases. If dental care is not well addressed, you now tend to have your heart diseased. You tend to have other organs diseased. So we want that service to be handled at health center force. Maternal health to be handled there. There is a theater, so if it's supported with an ultrasound scan, that can be handled. There is an X-ray that should also complement theater. So if we functionalize health center force, we shall reduce the congestion at national referral and regional referral hospitals, and we shall address a very high number of citizens. Secondly, we are very preventive rather than curative. So we want to strengthen the village health teams, the community health extensive workers. We envisage in Uganda that has village health teams, each individual carrying a glucometer, a blood pressure machine, being in a position to even understand and read the, pulse oximeters, such that health is handled primarily at household levels, and effective referrals can be made thereafter. We want to eradicate malaria completely out of Uganda. Our plan is that the mosquito is the enemy, and therefore we should spray the mosquito to bring down the population below a threshold that the disease of malaria simply gets eradicated. We are going to prioritize area spraying, and we are going for the large sources, large water sources. We go for the wetlands, do area spraying there, do herbicide there at massive scale. Once the large sources of mosquitoes are suppressed, the disease will get eradicated. We improve the human resource structure so that you access a medical personnel that needs to address your health issue at the facilities that are lower level. Last but not least, we are desirous to reduce the out-of-pocket spending. We know that largely most of the Ugandans are spending so much on health. We have interacted with those that have to sell some of their belongings, some of their properties are built to treat. They sell a cow to handle medical costs. So we are going to design and bring in place a very good medical health insurance scheme. Thank you very much.
Dr. Bob Bonica, the Shadow Minister for Agriculture. We are aware that 74% of our population is rural. Our priorities, number one, is to ensure that we provide water for production. This is water for irrigation, so that we can get our people from farming that depends on rain to farming that depends on irrigation. That will improve production and productivity for our people who are engaged in farming. Our second priority is to ensure that we invest in the storage system for the food. We need to invest in silos so that our people, they don't sell their foods while they are just harvested. We also want to reduce the losses which are post-harvest. We want to invest in the market access. Currently, because there is no traceability for our food products, we don't have a national food regulatory agency. That also impedes our people and it limits them in terms of market access. So we want to invest in an agency that is going to regulate food and food products in this country. That is going to be a priority.
Your leg, what your leg, what your leg, mano cara, your leg, what your leg, mano cara, your leg, what Iria, look at it, yeah. I got a mom, dig it, look at it, yeah. Look at it, yeah. Move it, what feeling it, yeah. Look at it, yeah. Look at it, what they came out. What are you, what they came out. Your leg, mano cara, your leg, para your leg, mano cara, your leg,
Currently, we don't have the National Bank of Agriculture, and other people access commercial loans which don't run with agriculture and the dynamics of agriculture. The government is talking about PBM, and they want to invest over $1 trillion annually into PBM. This money alone is enough for us to establish the National Agriculture Bank so that our farmers can access affordable credit and it can be available for them. We want to invest in the area of agriculture inputs. Currently, we have substandard agriculture inputs on the market in terms of herbicides, acaricides, in terms of drugs. And these have affected the farmers in terms of losses, but also it affects the productivity of our farmers. So we want to invest in that area as a priority so that our farmers can afford, can access affordable but quality agriculture inputs so that we can improve agriculture in this country. I want to thank you so much.
My name is Honorable Nyakatwas Nance. I'm the Woman Member of Parliament for Hoima Oil City and the Shadow Minister for Energy and Mineral Development. As the alternative government in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, this coming financial, we plan to ensure that we compensate all the project affected persons along the pipeline and also all the project affected persons in the mineral-prone areas like Karamoja, Busia, Mubende, and Ruhoji. We also plan to ensure that we prioritize the issue of the refinery. We need the refinery as early as yesterday. The issue of local content is an issue which we feel we have to address in this coming financial year. And of course, the issue of the fuel reserves. We very well know that as a country, we have these reserves which were far back constructed in 1971 by the former president, Ibrahim Dada. So it's a high time that as an alternative government, we prioritize the issue of establishing our own reserves, the new reserves, and to higher capacity. Also plan to ensure that we cut the power tariffs. The power tariffs are so high that a vulnerable Ugandan cannot afford. It's so expensive. The process of sustainability. Just imagine the poll, just a single poll going at 720,000. It's too much money for vulnerable Ugandan to afford. The issue of wind energy, this electricity which has been produced is in the dams, but has not been connected to the main grid. We are going to make sure that we prioritize to ensure that most of these dams have been connected to the main grid so that Ugandans can be able to consume this electricity. Thank you for your visit and shadowing Minister for Education. As the alternative to the education sector, and which is accessible to all, regardless of where they come from, who they are, what kind of disabilities they have. In this financial year, we are prioritizing 4 issues. The first issue is the restoration of the inspectorate of schools department in the education sector. We know that actually the department of inspection is less funded. Inspection is not only limited to infrastructure, number of teachers, but also quality of education. The inspectorate department will be fully efficient. Secondly, we want to popularize the new learner secondary culture. There's been so many outlays from the teachers, the learners, and also those seconders who are very interested in education. But actually, it is not to instruct learners in this new culture, and because most of the teachers are not really prepared. So, as the alternative, we want to correct this mistake in this coming financial year. As the alternative, we want to increase participation time for the effective management of schools at all levels. We are going to look at this so that we provide quality education to our learners. We want to put them in schools, and we are coming up with a policy which we are going to fund so that we can better all our schools in this country. This is quite much tomorrow. The district member of Parliament, and also the alternative Minister for Water and Environment. As an alternative government, we feel that we should concentrate on the following issues. One, we need to renovate, rehabilitate the already dilapidated ecosystems, especially forests. And then we have to evict.
Distinguished guests, a very good morning, and you're very welcome to our function, which is about to start. It will not be my duty to welcome you, but I'm happy to have you here and to let you know that we shall be starting soon. But in the meantime, we'd like to invite you to join us for breakfast. Right behind this screen, we have got tea and coffee, a few bites set up for you. We'd like to invite you in this time to please get yourself a cup of coffee or tea, and we shall be starting very shortly. We shall soon be joined by the leader of the opposition in Parliament, and then we can start our function officially. Once again, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
In cultures, we must regularize the surveys and boundary demarcations such that the residents are aware. Those who have acquired the titles within these forest reserves and wetlands have to be evicted immediately. We are also looking at revamping the financing of climate change management options. There are a lot of finances out there
If you're just looking on what our national budget can no longer sustain the actions we feel can build the resilience of our people. We are also looking at strengthening the meteorological services in Uganda, because weather forecasts are very important to help our people decide the current activities that they can take part in. And the different sectors must be cognizant of the weather forecast, how to build roads, how to construct houses. All this must be cognizant of the forecasts, such that we have resilient constructions in roads, in housing, and also agriculture. What is best for this place in this period is very important for us as we try to reduce poverty amongst our population. Here are some of the salient actions that we feel should take us in this coming financial year. I thank you.
My name is Kabir Frank, the Shadow Minister for the Youth and Children Affairs, the MP for Kasanda South constituency. Since the youth and the children compose the largest population in Uganda, we have a lot of issues that are affecting us, and these cut across. We are looking at the problem of the teenage pregnancies and child marriage. This is affecting our communities, and it has been hyped and evidenced.
You may have noticed that we have been told by the leader of the opposition in Parliament. He has requested to come in and briefly mingle with you and interact with you before we officially start this function. So, leader of the opposition, you're most welcome.
These young cows so that they can impact the communities where they live. So that those that can attain or go back to school also qualify to be absorbed and adopted into the schools so that they can also attain a future in education. And this we are willing to go and push until we achieve the desired goal, to see that everyone at least qualifies with a skill and the knowledge to run and contribute to the community. We are impacting on ways that and measures that are going to ensure that the children and the young ones have assurance for better life by looking into the health sector, looking at how in our government we can reduce on the taxes on the things that are needed by mothers. For example, the mama kits, which are a necessity to everyone. And now we are making childbearing look like a business or a burden. So we have to reduce that and we look at it as a treasure because we are building for the nation. We are going to introduce the 10% inclusion for fresh graduates in every office or in every sector to see that at least they get that chance to build experience, to reduce on the burden, because some of these people have total lack of experience and the very skill that are being moved further low and observing the available number of youths who have registered to reach out to the labor market. So you need to do that, and we shall quickly request everyone to join the hand, to give an idea, to start a separate hand, to come and influence, because every idea, every effort counts in the fight to see that we have a better country and a better generation. Thank you.
I'm Marika Hanifa, woman MP Mukono District, Shadow Minister for Human Rights. We intend the Human Rights Committee to be turned into accountability committee. That committee to be under the leadership of the official opposition. We also intend to claim back the refund of bail money that is deposited at court, because you see, when you have a case and when you settle the case, for bail applications, you pay either cash or non-cash bail. So the payment of cash, we pay in the bank, but that money is supposed to be refunded back to the clients. But in this case, they don't refund back. More to this also, we want to create regional
offices under the Human Rights Commission, because Human Rights Commission has not too many offices, but in cases that are probably in the northern region, it could be easier for them to go to that side and then present their cases, then they can be helped instead of moving miles back to Kampala. Also, I want to talk about the electoral funds. They need amendments here. We need amendments of electoral funds such that we could move a democratic or a legal kind of setup in our electoral processes. Lastly, but not least, also to set up national reparations program to address compensations of needs of the victims and claimants. Lastly, to address the backlog issues, we want to increase the pecuniary jurisdiction and save the magistrates court, because you could find in an area it could be about one court, and then you have to walk miles. So if you put many other, not many, but some courts in some other areas to facilitate and let the people come and register their cases to be heard, that would also help. I want to address this, the popularization of the two commercial laws. For example, the security interests in the Movable Properties Act and the Geographical Indications Act. So, for example, if Masaka is known to be growing mangoes, let us know that that region is for mangoes and be helped in that kind of setting. And if someone is maybe known for Simpson, let's know that that person, that area grows Simpson, and then we help them under the Geographical Indications Act. My name is Nachimuli Helen, a woman member of Parliament for Karangala District. I represent 84 islands, and I'm the Shadow Minister for Fisheries. As the alternative government, our intention is to ensure that we operationalize the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2023 that was passed recently. We have seen quite a number of atrocities committed by the UPDF and the lake, and they are hindering the human rights of the people. So our intention is to make sure this is handled and it is followed. We intend to replace the operations of the UPDF with the Fisheries Protection Unit that shall be trained. It shall be brought on board by the public service, as the law says, and we shall also ensure that the beach management units are put back into place or reinstated. Secondly, we are looking at the Fisheries Fund. When we talk about agriculture, Uganda has focused so much on the crop and animal, leaving alone the fisheries sector. It has been squeezed in there. And we all know that the fisheries sector has been very instrumental in this Uganda's economy. We have the fisheries sector brings us at least 2.5% of the national GDP. I think it needs to be given more priority. That is what we are looking at. The fisheries fund aims at ensuring that at least the fishermen and women are given soft loans to ensure that they can buy fishing gears, they can buy fishing fishing nets, engines, boats, at a small amount of money, so that they can also be part of this exercise that brings the economy money, the resources. The reason as to why we're going to legal fishing is because these things are expensive and the legal fishing gears are very cheap. I think it is unfair for the government to bring this from market for all people to buy, and at the end of the day, a week or two, they're taken away from them, they are banned, and they're thrown into prison. For me, I believe that is a violation of somebody's right. If you do not let them access these, if you don't want them to go fishing illegally. So we as the alternative government suggest that, I think that it is better we don't allow these illegal fishing nets into the country for our people not to access them. And then finally, we are intending to decolonize the lots from powerful capitalists who have taken in the lake
as their own back their hands of them as Ugandan. Our people would have wanted to take on this, but it's the big fish out there, the big thing out there who are doing the fishing themselves. And they're taking out our people, the Ugandans. So the indigenous fishermen of Karangala district, of Namako, of Bozuna, and all these other fishing communities. So for me, I believe as the minister in this sector, we need to take back power to our people, power to the fishermen, to open the law, to make sure these communities do not do fishing. Our people can do
District. I am the Shadow Minister for Defense and Veteran Affairs. We'd like to prioritize three major activities. The first is to professionalize and have an army with the national government and ensuring that we have equal opportunities within the promotions and by ensuring that we have deployment that follows the law to the letter, and would like to have an army which is non-partisan, an army which is subordinate to civilian authority and respects the democratically elected civilian leadership. We hope to do this by primarily reviewing and amending the new PDF Act, which acts should be in tandem with the policy that we are going to develop as a new defense policy. In that review, we will restructure the new PDF High Command to remove the permanent membership of the people in the entire days, because now we have transformed into a national army. So no one person will occupy permanent membership of the High Command. We shall reform the military justice system, that is the court martial, to ensure that only people who are in service are tried before the court martial to enhance their discipline. We shall not try civilians before the general court martial. And we should not forget the importance of the officers that have served and have retired. So we shall have a special program to take care of our veterans. We believe that the foot soldiers, the privates, those who are battling the field deserve to be equally enhanced. And we believe that this enhancement should be approached and commensurate with the current economic challenges. I am Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, the Member of Parliament representing Industrial Division in Valley City, and the Shadow Minister of Tourism and Wildlife. One of the things that have come up with that I believe we should focus on as the opposition is the tourism product development. As a country right now, there is a lot of untapped potential into tourism product development. Tourism product development, I'm talking about moving away from the traditional things like venturing into wildlife. We could invest much more into other things like tourism, food tourism. There are trails that I believe we need to develop. There are trails like the Renzeri Trail, the Mount Elgon, the Wanale Trail. Currently, there is little undeveloped infrastructure in the tourism sector. Even if you do the National Park, you'll find that the roads are completely impossible. You'll find that you cannot find painting road in those areas. You'll find that there's a problem with ICT, there is a problem with internet network. I believe as a Minister of Tourism, we are selling out experience. We want the tourists to get a proper experience once they're into the country. So I believe this is a field that we could tap into. And lastly, I believe as a Shadow Minister of Tourism, we need to invest more into promotion and marketing of tourism. And when we look at the general politics of the country, this is impacting negatively the tourism industry in the country. So as a country, this is something we need to do much more better. The history of the country, we need to define it now, because people out there have negative impact. So Uganda is political unstable with this and this happening in Uganda. So this negatively impacts on the country.
My name is Francis Kyagulanyi, and I am the Member of Parliament Parliament East, also the Shadow Minister for East African Community Affairs. So I'm here to present our budgeting priorities for the alternative government. And the first one is definitely to bring the uniformity in the member states, to have the respect of rule of law and human rights, because some countries do not respect human rights, and that is not easy to combine one that respects or the one that, for example, has term limits. Kenya, Tanzania has term limits and Uganda doesn't. It's not easy to integrate the two when the software is different. The political software is different of each country. So we need to work on the software to make sure that we promote the hardware also of the different countries. That is very easy to integrate those two countries or the 7 countries at large. Secondly, we would like to fund activities that will advocate for the development of the infrastructure, common infrastructure for all the 7 member states. That is roads, road network, that is railway, for example, the standard gauge railway, if it is across, if we increase the movement of goods and services across the countries, and then we also allow free movement of goods and services of the member states, a uniform custom union, and the standardization of also goods and services produced so that we have quality. Our aim is to see Africa as a bigger market, a safer place, and a very good towards destination for everyone. Asante sana kwa kunisikiliza. My name is Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. I'm the Parliament Organized Constituency in Kampala, the Shadow Minister for Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs. We have put most of our emphasis on the key priority areas that include the following. One, the city roads, together with the drainage system. We know that it is very unfortunate that in this 21st century that Kampala still have roads that are still flooding. So we are putting that as a serious matter that we need to address. Secondly, we also have the informal sector, uplifting the well-being of the informal sector, and we will talk about the informal sector. That is mostly the vendors in the city. We have seen KCCA having big fights between vendors and the officials of KCCA. So we are putting government task for them to procure a minimum of pre-markets in each and every division. Another matter is public transport. It's one of the challenges we have. And when we talk about public transport, we have taxis, buses, bodabodas. So government overcompensates issue of public transport in the statements. But for us as the government, we see it very critical that we need to have a very systematic when it comes to construction of the roads. We need to ask for our buses, for bodabodas, and others. So it's another serious matter that we are looking at as the united government. And the issue of the private developers in connection with KCCA programs. So there are many entities that we want to work with KCCA as an institution, but there's no policy that has been given to us to make sure that at least we have private developers, because KCCA has a lot of land that is very unutilized. So our concern is to private developers to make sure that we work with them so that it also increase in the generation of the revenue of our city. Thank you very much. Asante sana, the good Lord bless the city of Uganda.
Chiwamka Abdallah, representing the people of Nakono North, and the Shadow Minister Internal Affairs, manning the docket of police, prisons, media, and immigration. Basically, we intend to harmonize issues to build human rights. As we are aware, several elections have been going on, people have been conducted. Now several elements are unknown. So we intend to ensure that we put that an end. We intend to first and more to ensure that the welfare of police and prisoners are worked upon their housing facilities. We intend to construct several housing facilities, at the same time to ensure that the movement of police from the sub-county level where they were shifted to the villages and houses is simplified by purchasing several vehicles, by purchasing several motorcycles, to enable them monitor security in the sub-counties and parishes and the villages, and thereby putting our people in safe hands in regards to their life and property. As far as the NGO Bureau, we intend to move a motion to amend the NGO Act to ensure that it becomes a registration center, where the people running civil societies or run civil societies, they don't run to the district, to the sub-counties, and to the national level to register. We want to make it a one-stop center at the national level, whereby managing them to go and work there then. In the issue of the Amnesty Commission, as we are Amnesty Commission up to 1993 constituted, we intend to push hard and make it fully constituted to enable it solve the insurgencies which are left, right, and center, border to border, which even cut across the border to the Democratic Republic of Congo and Karamoja.
My name is Kyagulanyi Innocent, the MP Maokota North, and the Shadow Minister for Arts and Culture. I represent the creative world, and as the Shadow Minister for Arts and Culture, I want to talk about the most vulnerable industry that we need to empower in our government. We need to begin with the implementation of the outward law. There is already an existing law that we want to invest in its amendment so that it fits the modern time, so that the creatives are protected, their works are protected, and they can benefit from all their energy and creatives. We want to invest in the production. You can't talk about the arts or creative world when the government has nothing like a production house. So we want to regionalize production houses such that all the talented people out there can benefit from government resources by accessing modern technology that can only be facilitated and given by government. We want to also invest in the culture preservation and promotion. Culture is eroded, and it is our mandate to make sure that we preserve and promote culture. You will find that schools no longer have this curriculum. We want to first of all go back to schools to make sure that we have these cultural festivals. We have national festivals, regional festivals, such that we interface with the different cultures and make sure that we promote them. Furthermore, we want to invest in the policy that incorporates all the disciplines. You know, when we talk about creatives, people want to music, but there are many disciplines in the creative world that need to be incorporated and aligned so that when we form a place to help this sector, we have a well-streamlined industry with a policy that can help us govern and monitor its developments and see how we can boost it further. Otherwise, we'll get in my country.
I'm mentioning of Fortunate Trust, the woman member of Parliament, Treasurer District, and the Shadow Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development. As the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, my planning priorities are basically four. One is to put up gender-based violence, and this is basically to rehabilitate the victims of gender-based violence by institutionalizing the centers, the LGBT centers, to provide psychosocial support, but mostly to provide skilling, to this support to make sure that they cope up with life after they can make a living, they can move on. Secondly, dealing with persons with disabilities and children with disabilities, provide an all-round education system that can provide education to ensure that there are facilities in education centers,
for PWDs and CWDs, but mostly to construct centers for these persons, still to rehabilitate them, to make sure that they receive the skills that they need in their situation, that they can cope up with life. And the part of labor basically is to cater for the labor externalization sector. We have so many Ugandans who are going to work abroad in Arab countries elsewhere. We need to fund this sector and make sure we come up with a law that will regulate the sector, because it brings in so much money, it's going to do so much to our GDP. So we need to fund it to make sure that we cater for the welfare of our Ugandans who go to work abroad. And when it comes to social protection, basically we are looking at a holistic social protection policy that is going to cater for all Ugandans in the formal and informal sector. And this is mainly to ensure that Ugandans contribute to their social welfare and the government contributes to Ugandan social welfare in all aspects of life, so that in case we ever come up with a situation, sort of a pandemic, we are well catered for as Ugandans and we do not have to go into a crisis. The Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development is a people-centered ministry. It touches the lives of each and every Ugandan. So as the government, we have to make sure that we invest in this ministry, because it is the people who fund the government and we should give back to them to ensure their welfare in all aspects of life.
Countrymen, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mpuuga, the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs. I'm a member of Parliament, Shadow County East. For the sector of foreign affairs, allow me to outline the two priorities we have and we intend to consider. One, we want to look at ratification of treaties. Uganda has the obligation to be part of the global setup and global engagements, including treaties. As we speak now, many of the treaties ratifiable by Uganda, specifically those ratifiable by cabinet and executive, have not been ratified. We want to prioritize and push forward that ratification of such treaties remain the reserve of Parliament of Uganda. Equally, we want to address the aspect of economic and commercial diplomacy. We have misguided funding for economic and commercial diplomacy. As we speak now, Ugandan agricultural producers and traders can't effectively export to European markets simply because, and among others, we lack certification procedure. As we speak, National Bureau of Standards refuse to certify products made for foreign markets, especially agricultural products. And in events, and as a result, many of our traders and exporters incur huge costs of destruction for commodities which don't pass the test while they reach European markets. Three, we want to look at issues of labor externalization. As we speak now, thousands of our nationals are externalized for labor, but majority of them end up crying. We don't have a comprehensive, enforced, and well-planned labor externalization policy. Equally, when we speak about bilateral agreements with other countries, those which have been negotiated have not been enforced. And the argument has been lack of budget. And some have not been even negotiated and enforced. So we want to prioritize on supporting such policies based on realization of people-centered values. We want to focus on mission properties. As we begin, Uganda is hiring and renting properties and embassies for mission properties expensively. The cost of hiring and renting some of these embassies is quite higher than the cost of purchase and acquisition. So we have to prioritize and save taxpayers' money, but acquiring we must acquire. And in countries where you have Uganda properties like in Kenya, Tanzania, among others, we prioritize on using our own properties than using our properties for rent, whereas we hire and rent properties for missions and embassy projects and work. Lastly, we want to focus on voting. Realization of the rights of Ugandans abroad. Ugandans have a right under our constitution to own and to have dual nationality. The Ugandan who acquires another nationality doesn't lose his or her rights to decide for the nation of our country. As we speak now, Uganda is going to vote in the diaspora. So we want to prioritize on legal framework and amendment where Ugandans abroad are also allowed and mandated to vote, among others.
My name is Santa Opet. I am the MP for Aruna constituency for People's Progressive Party. I'm the Shadow Minister for Special Regions. The special regions are Northern Region, Karamoja Region, Coastal Region, Bunia Region, and the Triangle. These are called special regions because of the sufferings they had all along. and mostly it is because of the war. And to us, these regions are all underfunded. For example, if we look at North Triangle, the compensation started in 1996. Up to do access speak, there is still compensation in North Triangle. So you wonder when this issue will stop. The implementation of Northern has also taken long. Some regions have not got compensation for their polygons, the regions, and actually some regions have not got their compensation. Article 242 of the Constitutions provides for the establishment of disaster management commission. The commission is not in place to oversee all this problem which is in OPM. You find that instead of disaster management commission to oversee, now the disaster management instead of commission is set up in that place to oversee them. You find ships and so forth. The commission can handle that. There is legal which has been appropriated for disaster officers. Thank you.
My name is Yusuf Nsigambi. I'm a member of Parliament from Mawokota County South. I'm also the Shadow Minister of Works and Transport. I also do sit on the Physical Infrastructure Committee of Parliament. Our priority as alternative government is here to put a lot of consideration in working on feeder roads, which access production areas of our people, and to ensure that also access markets. Unfortunately, these roads are not funded at all. A lot of emphasis is now being put on highways, and we believe that is not in good faith, where the prices are really highly inflated, and the highways are really meant maybe to access towns and urban centers. Like the majority of people in the villages, are not accessible. Even just in the so we believe that we should put emphasis at least 80% in maintaining those roads. We also believe that we should really put emphasis in acquiring equipment and maintaining the equipment. What is happening in the entire country, the districts without any road equipment, especially the new districts. You find even the old districts are lacking. You find just one grader in the district. So we believe that if you want to ensure that roads which are constructed and maintained, specifically the modern gravel roads, you must have equipment and workstations in the respective regions. So the budget has to be adjusted by looking at accessing markets. And this can only be done by looking at good big roads instead of emphasizing good roads.
So my name is Joyce Kyagulanyi. I am the member of Parliament from the Tiana District and the Shadow Minister for Information and Anti-Corruption. Under our anti-corruption docket, in our priorities, we intend to cause a National Reparation Commission in this country to ensure that we extend amnesty to those who have been documented otherwise to have stolen public funds. We give them the opportunity to give us part of the money they stole, but also to fail when the law can take its course. We are looking at having performance-based contracts for all the people who will be doing work, public work for the public, for the government. We are looking at strengthening the e-governance issue, especially when it comes to procurement, so that all procurements, public procurements, are really done under an e-government system to be followed up very properly. But we're also looking at having a mandatory lifestyle audit. We need to ensure as a country that public sector workers, the money, the income they generate, the income they get is proportionate to their wealth. And then when we go to the ICT information, of course, we are looking at a number of things, particularly on strengthening and extending infrastructure across the entire country. We need to ensure that we have an ICT infrastructure that can enable a majority of Ugandans
to access internet services, to access ICT services, but also to bring down the cost of internet, to bring down the cost of ICT services, but also to bring down the cost of ICT devices so that they can be affordable to most of the Ugandans to benefit the entire country. We want to see that the UCC tribunal is in place and operational. It's been talked about for a number of years. It needs to be operational. So we have arbitrate issues that arise among legal practitioners. But also, it's not just about the UCC tribunal, it's also about the UCC Act. We need to amend it to serve its purpose. We are looking at introducing a social media charter. This is new, I'm very sure, new to Ugandans. A social media charter, first of all, to ensure that Ugandans enjoy the freedom of expression, enjoy the freedom of speech, but also enjoy the freedom when putting into consideration the people with whom we interact, with whom we enjoy these rights, enjoying the right to expression, enjoying the freedom of expression, when putting into consideration other people, not protecting Ugandans from social media use.
Distinguished guests, once again, a very good morning to you, and you're most welcome to the presentation of the alternative budget priorities for financial year 23-24. Shortly, we shall be joined by a few more eminent guests, including the party presidents, and then we shall be ready to start. For those of you who came in a little after the first announcements, once again, you're most welcome. We have got breakfast that is prepared for you. And we kindly ask that you get a cup of tea or coffee behind the screens here. Now, for those of you who are here for the first time, you might not be familiar with the geography. Our restrooms, our washrooms are also behind the screen, most adjacent to the stage we have here. So once the party presidents, the leader of opposition, and all the other guests have joined us here, we shall go straight into the program, where we shall start with anthems followed by prayers, and then our function for the day can officially begin. Once again, you're most welcome. And we're happy to have you here. Thank you. Distinguished guests, could I kindly ask that you take up your seats? We are ready to begin. So, distinguished guests, shortly, before I invite our guests to come to the front, we're going to have the anthems played, the Uganda anthem, followed by the East African anthem, and then we shall have a prayer, and I shall invite our guests to come and join us here. So, in all humility, could I kindly ask that you all rise to your feet for the playing of the Uganda anthem and the East African anthem. Please, I'd like to invite Douglas to kindly come and give us an opening prayer.
Almighty God, and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliament of society, and the just government of humanity, and the statute this land. Let your blessing us. Now the deliberation is so just and faithful as to your glory and advance the those interests in the church. Amen.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats for now. The leader of the opposition in Parliament, the heads of our political parties present, representatives of government, members of the diplomatic corps, the shadow cabinet, members of Parliament, cultural leaders present, civil society, our local leaders, ministries, departments, and agencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, you are most welcome to this presentation of the alternative budget priorities for financial year 2023-2024 under the auspices of the office of the leader of the opposition in Parliament. I know some of you are very surprised that we have such an elaborate, well-planned function, but this is partly because this is a constitutional function, and this is in section 6E(4) of the Administration of Parliament Act. It provides that the office of the leader of government business will hold government in check, but also provides that they will provide alternative policies. And today is one of those days when we shall be listening to the policies that are being presented here. Now, before I invite Honorable Bagala to come forward to introduce the shadow cabinet, I would like to just highlight a few lesser but also really important mottos. The office of the leader of the opposition is composed of several people, not just politicians, but also technical, non-political staff. So I'll just like them to stand up for recognition. They're led by Mr. Peter Busiku, who's the director. Wherever you are, you can just stand up and wave to the group here. Distinguished guests, these are the persons who support the office of the leader of the opposition as technical staff, and they have ensured that you have a beautiful function for today. Now, once again, before we invite our guests to come to the front, allow me to first invite Honorable Joyce Bagala, who is the Minister, Shadow Minister for Information and Anti-Corruption, to kindly come and introduce the shadow cabinet. Okay.
Thank you very much, Peter. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to the first ever Opposition Budget Day. And I'd like to first of all appreciate the technical team of the Office of the Leader of the Opposition for working tirelessly to put together what we have put together and what we are going to present to the public. My name is Joyce Bagala Ntuatwa. I am the Shadow Minister for Information and Anti-Corruption, and I coordinate information and all the activities of the opposition in Parliament. We have had a long journey of this budget day, but I'm glad that the day is here. I know that previously we would critique the preparations of government, but we made a decision to tell the public, to tell Uganda and to tell the entire world what we would do if we were in power. I know that Ugandans have actually preferred the opposition, but they don't know. Many people say we are very used to criticizing without really giving alternatives. And today we want to tell the world that if we're in power, this is how we would want to run the country. This is how we would run the government these are the real issues that we would handle. And this budget is a budget that is premised on human rights. It's a human rights-based budget, and the leader of the opposition in Parliament is going to be presenting that budget today. May I then introduce the shadow cabinet, starting with the opposition chief whip, the Honorable John Baptist Nambeshe. They are going to stand here for all of us to see them and to understand what they do and their role, and to appreciate them for work well done. The Honorable Manjeri Cherakutika, who is the Deputy Chief Whip. The Honorable Ibrahim Semjunganda, who is the Whip for the Forum for Democratic Change. The Honorable Peter Okot, who is the Whip for the Democratic Party. The Honorable Santa Alum Sandra Ogwang, the Whip for the Uganda People's Congress. The Honorable Asman Basarirwa is the Whip for JEMA. The Honorable Santa Okot, the Whip for PPP. And those are the 6 political parties with whom we work. We also have representatives to other parliaments and organizations. The Honorable Flavian Naragare Karure, the woman MP for Kasanda, is the Interparliamentary Union representative. The Honorable Patrick Nsamba Oshare, he is the representative for the Pan-African Parliament. The Honorable David Richams Karwanga is the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association representative. The Honorable Hassan Chirumira, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation representative. The Honorable Kazire Bashir, the EU Parliament representative. The Honorable Aisha Karanda Narure, the Parliamentary Pension Scheme representative. The Honorable Zake Francis Buteri is our commissioner. And then we have a number of shadow ministers who will also join the team here, so you can see them. The Honorable Betty Ito Nalima is the local government minister. The Honorable Francis Kataraz Katongole is the East African Community Affairs minister. The Honorable Abedu Bunika is our Minister for Agriculture. The Honorable Fortunate Nantongo Rose is the Gender, Labour and Social Development Minister. The Honorable Shamin Malende, who is unfortunately unwell, is the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs. The Honorable Dr. Timothy Lusara Batua is our Minister for Health. The Honorable Helen Nachimoli is our Minister for Animal Industry and Fisheries. The Honorable Hanini Fanarukera is the Minister for Human Rights. The Honorable Brenda Nakenya from Luwero is our Minister for Education. The Honorable Ronald Barumazo is our Minister for Lands and Housing. The Honorable Hilary Chiaga, also known as Dr. Hildeman, is our Minister for Culture and Performing Arts. The Honorable Jonathan Odur, the Minister for Defense and Veteran Affairs. The Honorable Mwada Nkunyinji, Minister for Foreign Affairs. The Honorable Yusuf Nsirambi is our Minister for Works and Transport. The Honorable Abdul Kakawalia, Minister in charge of KCC Affairs. The Honorable Francis Mujuche is our Minister for Trade and Industry. The Honorable Atkins Katusare is our Minister for Public Service. The Honorable Derek Nyako is our Minister for Presidency and Security. The Honorable Anna Adeke Ebaju, Minister for Cooperatives and Microfinance. The Honorable Frank Karuye is our Minister for Youth and Children Affairs. The Honorable Asnansi Nyakato is our Minister for Energy and Minerals. The Honorable Geoffrey Kayemba Solo is our Minister for Sports. The Honorable Santa Okot is our Minister for Special Regions. And then we have accountability committee leaders. And we have the Honorable Medalubiga Segona, who is the chairperson of Park Central, Public Accounts Central. The Honorable Joel Senyani is our chairperson for Kosase. The Honorable Betty Nambos Rachireke is our minister, is our chairperson for government assurances. And the Honorable Lucia Kello as vice chairperson Kosase. The Honorable Asman Basairwa, who is the whip for JEMA, is also the vice chairperson of Park Central. And then the Honorable Joseph Sewongo is the vice chairperson of government assurances. Then the Honorable Semakula Lutamaguzi is the vice chairperson of Park Local Government, while the Honorable Gilbert Olanga is the chair designate of Park Local Government. That is the shadow cabinet, and it includes everyone, our representatives to other parliaments and organizations, our committee leaders, the royal cabinet, and then the opposition whips. You're welcome, and thank you very much for work well done. The team here is part of the efforts that made this day happen, especially the content of this budget. You're welcome, and thank you very much. Apologies, there's just one member of the cabinet that was not introduced, and that is the Honorable Wilfred Niwagara. He's our shadow attorney general. Yeah, and he's present. You're welcome. Yeah.
I think in the lineup, I also did not see Honorable Joyce Bagala, who is our Shadow Minister for Information and Anti-Corruption. Let's give her a round of applause, please.
Oh.
There is a way you can always tell when somebody is important is about to enter the room or someone has entered the room. So it gives me pleasure to now ask the leader of opposition to come and take his seat, and also have the leaders of the different political parties come and take their seats. I'm sure you have noticed that we have been joined by the president of the National Unity Platform, Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. I think you can give a better round of applause than that. Yeah. So let me invite other political party leaders to please come and take your seats. Our distinguished guests, just so you know, I shall just read out all the political party leaders that we expect to be seated up the front, in no particular order. For the PPP, Mr. Saddam Gaida, who is the acting president. For the Justice Forum, Mr. Katerega Mohammed, who is the SG and also acting president of the party. For the older parties, Uganda People's Congress, Dr. Kilama Omoro Mathias. I believe we shall be joined by the Democratic Party president. Like I was saying, we shall be joined from the Democratic Party by Honorable Norbert Mao. He's not here yet, but he will be with us shortly. For the Forum for Democratic Change, we've got Honorable Doreen Nyanjura. You're most welcome. Yeah. And for the National Unity Party, Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, who is no stranger here. Yeah. You are all most welcome, and we're honored to have your distinguished presence here with us today. Now, our honorable members, our guests, today we're here to listen to the different alternatives as presented by the office of the leader of the opposition. Before we hear from the finance minister, I would like us to turn our attention to the screens that we have to the sides, and we shall have a playback of the different shadow ministers and what their priorities are for this coming year. Please.
So my name is Joyce Galantwatwa. I am the women member of Parliament from Mityana District and the Shadow Minister for Information and Anti-Corruption. Under our anti-corruption docket, in our priorities, we intend to cause a National Reparation Commission in this country to ensure that we extend amnesty to those who have been documented over years to have stolen public funds. We give them the opportunity to give us part of the money they stole, but also if we fail, then the law can take its course. We are looking at having performance-based contracts for all the people who will be doing work, public work for the public, for the government. We are looking at strengthening the e-governance issue, especially when it comes to procurement, so that all procurements, public procurements, are really done under an e-government system to be followed up very properly. But we're also looking at having a mandatory lifestyle audit. We need to ensure as a country that public sector workers, the money, the income they generate, the income they get is proportionate to their wealth. And then when we go to the ICT information, of course, we are looking at a number of things, particularly on strengthening, on extending infrastructure across the entire country. We need to ensure that we have an ICT infrastructure that can enable a majority of Ugandans to access internet services, to access ICT services, but also to bring down the cost of internet, to bring down the cost of ICT services, but also to bring down the cost of ICT devices so that they can be affordable to most of the Ugandans to benefit the entire country. We want to see that the UCC tribunal is in place and operational. It's been talked about for a number of years. It needs to be operational. This will help arbitrate issues that arise among us media practitioners, but also it's not just about the UCC tribunal, it's also about the UCC Act. We need to amend it to serve its purpose. We are looking at introducing the social media charter. This is new, I'm very sure, new to Ugandans. A social media charter, first of all, to ensure that Ugandans enjoy the freedom of expression, enjoy the freedom of speech, but also enjoy that freedom while putting into consideration the kind of people with whom they interact, with whom they enjoy this right, enjoying the right to expression, enjoying the freedom of expression, while putting into consideration other people, not protecting Ugandans from social media use.
Uganda, this is Geoffrey Karembaso, Member of Parliament representing the South constituency of Masaka. One of my priorities as a minister is space infrastructure at a regional level. So that in Arua, we have an international stadium, the same in Kyagulanyi, the same in Masaka, that will help us to grow the sports more and more and more. And that's the role of the government. Another priority is about the tax waivers. When we look at other sectors we have in this country, other investors are given tax waivers. Other products come free of taxes, but space is totally different. Space is growing professional. Space is just growing in our country. So we need a greater attention there. That's why we call upon what we need. We need to do tax waivers to investors that come here. We remove taxes from all sports products that come into our country so that we can attract more investors into the sport. If we don't do that, we are going to lose many people, and sports is going to remain as a leisure activity. When we look at former athletes, the way they look, my friend, you don't need to tell your person, your child to join these sports. They are just suffering. If they have carried the national flag, they have marketed Uganda everywhere. So we need a better system for them, financial system for them. If you come on a national team, you need to be paid, you need to receive your pensions, so that you can act as a good example to the young generation. Thank you very much.
And Dr. Batua Timothy Lusala, Member of Parliament, Jinja West Constituency. I'm the Shadow Minister of Health. I lead the entire opposition on matters on health. We've looked at budget priority number 1 as the need of functionalizing health center force. We've established that there is a relationship between dental care and non-communicable diseases. If dental care is not well addressed, you now tend to have your heart diseased. You tend to have other organs diseased. So we want that service to be handled at health center force. Maternal health to be handled there. There is a theater, so if it's supported with an ultrasound scan, that can be handled. There is an X-ray that should also complement theater. So if we functionalize health center force, we shall reduce the congestion at national referral and the regional referral hospitals, and we shall address a very high number of citizens. Secondly, we are very preventive rather than curative. So we want to strengthen the village health teams, the community health extensive workers. We envisage Uganda that has village health teams, each individual carrying a glucometer, a blood pressure machine, being in a position to even understand and read the, pulse oximeters, such that health is handled primarily at household levels, and effective referrals can be made thereafter. We want to eradicate malaria completely out of Uganda. Our plan is that the mosquito is the enemy, and therefore we should spray the mosquito to bring down the population below a threshold that the disease of malaria simply is eradicated. We are going to prioritize area spraying, and we are going for the large sources, large data sources. We go for the wetlands, do area spraying over there, do herbicide over there at massive scale. Once the large sources of mosquitoes are suppressed, the disease will get eradicated. We improve the human resource structure so that you access a medical personnel that needs to address your health issue at the facilities that are lower level. Last but not least, we are desirous to reduce the out-of-pocket spending. We know that largely, most of the Ugandans are spending so much on health. We have interacted with those that have to sell some of their belongings, some of their properties, a goat to treat. They sell a cow to handle medical costs. So we are going to design and bring in place a very good medical health insurance scheme. Thank you very much.
Dr. David Bonica, the Shadow Minister for Agriculture. We are aware that 74% of our population is rural. Our priorities, number 1, is to ensure that we provide water for production. This is water for irrigation, so that we can get our people from farming that depends on rain to farming that depends on irrigation. That will improve production and productivity for our people who are engaged in farming. Our second priority is to ensure that we invest in the storage system for the food. We need to invest in silos so that our people, they don't sell their foods while they have just harvested. We also want to reduce the losses which are post-harvest. We want to invest in the market access. Currently, because there is no traceability for our food products, we don't have a national food regulatory agency. That also impedes our people, and it limits them in terms of market access. So we want to invest in an agency that is going to regulate food and food products in this country. That is going to be a priority. Currently, we don't have the National Bank for Agriculture, and our people access commercial loans which are not which don't run with agriculture and the dynamics of agriculture. Government is talking about PDM and they want to invest over $1 trillion annually into PDM. This money alone is enough for us to establish a national agriculture bank so that our farmers can access affordable credit and it can be available for them. We want to invest in the area of agriculture inputs. Currently, we have substandard agriculture inputs on the market in terms of herbicides, acaricides, in terms of drugs. And these have affected the farmers in terms of losses, but also it affects the productivity of our farmers. So we want to invest in that area as a priority so that our farmers can afford, can access affordable but quality agriculture inputs so that we can improve agriculture in this country. I want to thank you so much.
My name is Honorable Mathias Mpuuga. I'm the woman member of Parliament for Hoima Oil City and the Shadow Minister for Energy and Mineral Development. As the alternative government in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, this coming financial, we plan to ensure that we compensate all the project affected persons along the pipeline and also all the project affected persons in the mineral prone areas like Karamoja, Bushia, November, and Buhoji. We also plan to ensure that we prioritize the issue of the refinery. We need the refinery as early as yesterday. The issue of local content is an issue which we feel we have to address in this coming financial year. And of course, the issue of the fuel reserves. We very well know that as a country, we have those reserves which were far back constructed in 1971 by the former president, Idi Amin Dada. So it's high time that as the alternative government, we prioritize the issue of the establishing our own reserves, the new reserves, and to higher capacity. We also plan to ensure that we cut the power tariffs. The power tariffs are so high that a vulnerable Ugandan cannot afford. It is so expensive. The prices of sustainability, just imagine the poll, just a single poll going at 720,000. It is too much money for a vulnerable Ugandan to afford. The issue of deemed energy. This electricity which has been produced is in the dams, but it has not been connected to the main grid. We are going to make sure that we prioritize to ensure that most of these dams have been connected to the main grid so that Ugandans can be able to consume this electricity. My name is Brandon Wakiman. Thank you for your district and Shadow Minister for Education. As the alternative, we want the education sector, which for education, and which is accessible to all, regardless of where they come from, who they are, what kind of disabilities they have. In this financial year, we are prioritizing 4 issues. The first issue is the restoration of the Inspectorate of Schools department in the education sector. We know that actually the Department of Inspection is less funded. Inspection is not only related to infrastructure, number of teachers, but also quality of education. The Inspectorate department will be clean education. Secondly, we want to popularize the secondary culture. There have been so many outliers, then the teachers, the learners, and also the seconders who are very interested in education. But actually, it is better to instruct learners in this new culture because most of the teachers were not well prepared. So, as the alternative, we want to correct this mistake in this financial year. As a alternative, we want to increase and income the schools and members. So that we provide education to our learners. And we are coming up with a policy which we are going to fund so that we can better all our schools in this country.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the rest of, yes, you can give them a round of applause. The rest of the alternative policies, the statements from the shadow ministers will be played later on. But that was to help you get a feel, especially of the theme for this budget reading, which is rethinking Uganda's economy a human rights approach to resources allocation. Now, our main presentation for the day is coming up, but I'd like to invite the Shadow Minister for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, to kindly come and take us through the budget highlights. And thereafter his highlights, we shall have the budget speech from the leader of the opposition in Parliament. So let's give Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi a round of applause. He might not have a briefcase, but I'm sure that what he has is adequate enough.
The president of the National Unity Palatiform, Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, the leader of opposition and my boss. I'm being very careful with the protocol. I'm not very used to protocol. And I know the representative of GEMA, the representative of PPU. I don't know how Honorable Nyanjula is representing the road. Honorable Nyanjula could be a representative of the road. I would guess FDC is the president of FDC. So I'll come next. First of all, and honorable colleagues, I've seen the Inspector General of Government and quite the Secretary General of our party. I've seen my boss, the opposition chief whip. The protocol observed. I first of all tender my apology. I came in late. I had the lecture to give you in Makerere from 8 to 10. And it's an international class. I always teach it twice a year. So I had to make that obligation. So I'm sorry for coming late. It's not my ways. My work is simple. My work is to present the highlights of the budget. But before I do so, let me remind myself and the colleagues here, when I was running our trade in public service, Dr. Kawanga Semogerere emphasized that we must sharpen our 5 senses. For you to have a successful career in public life, in whatever endeavor you go to, you must have a sense of duty, a sense of responsibility, a sense of conviction, a sense of commitment, a sense of sacrifice, a sense of patriotism, and above all, a sense of courage. During my presentation, I will refer to each of these senses because whatever I'm going to present speaks volumes about them. The highlight of, I'm supposed to make a very brief presentation. The highlight of this budget, I'm required to really give the highlight of the resource envelope. And the entire budget speech will be by the leader of opposition. And I want to diverge so much into those details. Now, when you look at, I don't know whether that graph is big enough. We have 2 budgets. We have the government's budget, and that's the one I will start with, which is a resource envelope. It has revenue projected to be 28 trillion.8. They intend to, by law, you have to indicate whether you will get money from the petroleum fund. The government indicated they will get 0. Now, I want only that one. They intend to do a domestic borrowing, where they are going to borrow. Last year, they borrowed 5 trillion. This year, they are going to borrow 1.5 trillion. They are going to do external borrowing. External borrowing last year was 6.7 trillion. This year, they are going to borrow 8 trillion. That's the government's budget proposal from the budget framework paper. Because I've looked at this morning at the detail of the budget that they've laid, it has slightly changed. The figures are fairly different, slightly different. They are going to do a domestic refinancing, which is the debt rollover of last year. It was 8 trillion. This year, it is going to increase to 8.7 trillion. They are going to do local government revenue for local government mobilization, and this speaks volumes. All our local governments are going to generate 208 billion, and 200, and it will be the same as this year. Now, when you look at that budget, the total amount of money will be 48 trillion, which they are going to collect, but then they go down to reduce that budget because some are statutory obligations. They are going to do external debt repayment. That is the money they are going to use to pay for our external debt, which is called amortization. They are going to pay 2.4 trillion of that money. So you reduce the 49 now by 2.4, which is amortization. There is going to be project support, which is external financing. This money borrowed of 8 trillion, we reduce it because government does not have that money. You also reduce debt rollover. I may explain a bit about debt rollover. Debt rollover is money that government borrowed out of our domestic market. Our domestic borrowing now stands at about 14 to 18 trillion. But that will mature this year. And ideally, we should have paid it back. If we had a sound economy, we would have paid back 8 trillion. But this government does not have that money. So what it instead does, it goes back to the market and borrows and pays for that debt. And we pay interest on it. So that's what they call a debt rollover. It matures, we should have paid it, we don't have the money, we go back. So you pay from me, to pay Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. And then you pay me interest. So ideally, we should have paid Kyagulanyi Ssentamu his own money, the president, but you don't have that money. So you go back and borrow to pay it. So that money doesn't come at all to service delivery. So they are going to have domestic areas, and we have issues with domestic areas. Last year, they paid 261 billion. This year, they are going to pay 200 billion. They are going to pay, they call it appropriation in aid. These are revenues generated. It's the same as up. From local government, it's going to be 238 billion. So what will remain there now from 29, you have gone to 30. So you have remained with 30 trillion. But still, you have to go back and pay interest on money paid. And interest on money paid is going to be 46 trillion of their money is going to pay, just not debt, but interest of the money paid. They are going to pay 6. So you minus it from 30. Then you are going to pay less domestic debt repayment to Bank of Uganda. This is a victory for our Office of the Leader of Opposition. We tried to encourage government to declare the extent of its full indebtedness. They were refusing. And last year we made the case that they had borrowed 4 trillion from Bank of Uganda, which they had refused to pay. And I will force them to pay that money. They've been paying. Now they are declaring it for the first time in the history of this country. They have declared 1.2 trillion. That's the result of our work. They were hiding it below the table. So what remains out of the what they call discretionary expenditure, money available for service for government to spend, is 22 trillion out of 49. So the rest of your money, more than 50%, is going to be spent largely on paying debt. That's the economy. However, that is half the story. We have made our own, because I want to go straight and be brief. We have made our own budget. But before I go to our own budget, there are things they leave out. And that's the social expenditure, because we don't have to tell the country the actual money available for service. So we have remodeled this budget to reflect the full amount of what is really discretionary expenditure. So can I have another slide? The one, yes. Now, we have looked at this table of layers. And other really things they leave out intentionally. I will not sorry, I will not bore you with the whole thing I've already explained. I will not reducing from 30. From 30, they reduced interest payment of 6.1 trillion. They reduced. Now, for us, we have gone ahead and reduced pension, because the pension cannot be the discretionary expenditure. Pension is good to pay. Pensioners have got to receive money. So that money for pensioners is not for service, everybody. So you cannot turn it as part of the discretionary expenditure. So we have reduced pension by, pension is 278. Gratuity cannot be, it's statutory obligation on behalf of government. So you have to go and reduce the gratuity. So we have reduced the gratuity 115 billion out of from 30. We have reduced it. We have gone ahead and reduced the part-time wage, because government has got to pay to workers. You can imagine that wage is also part of the discretionary envelope. Because you've got to pay to whether people work or don't work, you've got to pay your workers. So don't say it's not money available for the executive to allocate as they wish. So we've gone ahead to remove the 6.9 trillion of wage. And we've gone ahead with months for us. The Constitution, the Public Finance Management Act, mandates government in section 77 that every financial year there should be a contingency fund. A contingency fund is 0.05 of the previous budget. This contingency fund will help us once it is fully provided for, and also replenish every financial year. Water, I'm going to take. Okay, thank you. I was on contingency fund. The law clearly says every financial year you should go out and replenish it. So you put a percentage of 0.05 on 48 trillion of last year, and you get that amount of money. The contingency fund provision will address the question of disaster, will address the necessity for supplementary, will address government has not been providing for that money. So when we go back and reduce all these deductions, the actual money from the government is available for service delivery, for roads, for infrastructure, for doing water, for doing, is only 15 trillion out of 49. And there is no economic expert that can persuade us to think that wage or gratuity or pension or contingency fund are part of the discretionary funding. So we go ahead. So as Leonard Kasanja, June 1st, he should acknowledge that's the true amount. That's the 2022. To tell you that we are in a very sad financial position than the country actually is. Now I'm going to do a justification of our own budget. Can we have the slide? Now for us, we've done our budget, and I'm going to justify every single coin on our table. Our revenue It's not going to be like a government. Our revenue is going to be 32 trillion. And I will justify where we are going to get the 32. We are going to get, first of all, projected that government consistently has been reporting a shortfall on URA correction of nearly 1 trillion. So we reduced the government's budget projection of 48 for us to project that if all goes well, from URA, we shall collect only 27. We cater for the 1 trillion shortfall that is consistently reported. But for us to be very callous, we are saying this government exempts tax exemption every single year for people who don't pay tax. 7.7 trillion last year. We are saying if we're in government, everyone must pay their dues. The rich must pay. The poor pay. And I will quote Gordon Brown. Gordon Brown is the former Chancellor of Exchequer of UK. This is what Gordon Brown said. Wealthy is not wealthy unless that wealth helps more than the wealthy. If you are wealthy and you are only helping the wealthy, then that wealth is just a waste. He said, fortune should help more than the fortunate. And riches must not only enrich some of the community, but must enrich all the community. That's what Gordon Brown said. So it's even civic and natural cultural value for those that God has given so much to pay back to society as much. And I'm saying everyone must pay. That have people to legislate themselves out of the taxable base. When you talk about government, you will pay. Even if it's parliament, you will pay on your governments. Yes, you don't want to hear that. If I'm a Minister of Finance, there will be no law that exempts any Ugandan from tax. Because if this parliament paid, our taxes in a financial year will be 100 billion. So every constituency will have the 100 you need for the fund. And so are the leaders. Everyone will make his bill. The rich must pay. People want better roads, better everything, and you say you don't want to pay. They are doing the things. His salary is consolidated. The councillor pays the tax on allowance. You will set yourself out of the what? Of payment bracket. That is not now. And as the finance minister in our government, and I will pay. Of this time. This people, some presidents exempt themselves. Even I'm saying, generals in this country, all the armed forces don't pay. We are saying the rank of the general patriotic. You can choose these foot soldiers of the army of the rank, not to pay. But the rank of the colonel, captain, the generals, pay tax. We shall not buy new cars and we don't pay. So we shall be a little bit off on tax revenue. So we'll generate out of 7 and recover 2. But also, these companies will exempt. How can you exempt like roofing? I'll give you an example of roofing. It has been here for ages, but it doesn't want to pay tax. That doesn't pay. I can go through companies that don't pay. Steel and tube don't pay. Every rich person in this country doesn't pay. Please, when you take over government, the rich, you will pay. And the poor pay. And imagine the very small, because the biggest component of our coming from pay as you earn. Okay? But the person who is working from pay as you earn is the person who are going to be that back. The person who is going to be that
pay tax. So let's every one of us, please, pay his dues. And you know what? It's because you are building the patronage. Tax exemption is a part of building the patronage. And it's going to break that cartel of patronage by making them pay their fair dues. Let President be elected by the strength of their manifesto, their ideas, not because they got a cartel of rich people and feed off our people. That's why we are going to raise 4 trillion. We're going to raise another 1 trillion, but that's effective. We are collecting our tax to BDP, efficiency collection, is at 13%. The other is at 16%. If you only up the ante a little bit, less corruption, less giving of tax, and this tax, you will get another 1 trillion by being less corrupt, by being more efficient. So we shall add it. That's how we shall generate the 30. On donor funding, we will generate more donor confidence than a government that abuses human rights, that imprisons people, that has better democratic credentials, organizes free and fair elections. The world will be willing to help you and for more. So we are telling government, instead of investing in war and these other things, just make your democratic credential first. Give us more money. And we are saying we raise from 2 trillion, we shall raise 3, another 10, because we will be more democratic country. I don't think our president or any of the presidents seated here will be filtered on democratic credentials. That's why we must know democratic and you hurt the economy. You are a proponent of poverty. So those people are saying you need a authoritarian, big leader, a very powerful president, they hurt the economy. Now, it's kind of moving because we want the more money. We will put our kind of money as to what we have inherited. We shall not increase it. Because when it remains as is, even if you become a president today, they have signed international obligations the country will have to meet. And it will be the country that meets our international obligations. So we will stay with the external billing as it was last year, but not increase it. Then on debt rollover, we are saying the moment, because we are going to the market to build 2 trillion, 1.5 trillion, you have the 5 more trillion more. So on debt rollover, you go out there and honor our debt and begin to review. Out of the 8 trillion, you can't review it in one financial year and not collapse our economy. But every year we shall review how fast, 3 in 3 years, we shall have no debt rollover. And you know the 7, that the interest payment on loans will go down to nearly 2 trillion. And they have 3 trillion to spend on service delivery. And they're saying 1 trillion in PDM is a game changer. But you are donating it in interest payment to 5. After they're going to be 6. So we will reduce that and do the 12. And so we shall keep the 12 at 6. Other than raising, and for me, and let me say this, there it is here. I believe you should investigate, vote 130, and that debt rollover. I believe the bulk of it is a fixed years expense. It's another way of abusing our finances the way they do on classified expenditure, and now as I know I have evidence, they're back on shadow contracts. So, most likely, that rollover is to do some fake funding for patronage support. The next one is local revenue. We won't harass wananchi. We will keep it as it is. As it is, we shall raise more money. But I have an issue with local revenue. I believe, and I've been mentioning this, there government funded businesses who are paying billions of money in their supporting the budget. We spend more money to support government agencies that should have given us revenue than the revenue we get. Every government agency that fails in the financial year on our watch to have a break even. Well, we will assess it. If we believe you are fair, we shall privatize you. If not, we will change the management. You can assess them. Now, we go to reducing. So our collection will be 48 billion. External debt, repayment, amortization, we will keep it as government has kept it, because for last financial year, we would have borrowed more. External, we will keep it to 6 trillion.7. But I've said we will keep it to 6. And domestic areas. Let me speak about domestic areas. The domestic areas that government should pay to the people who have provided various services to the economy, to the government, is 844. We will pay it all in one financial year, because that will streamline the economy. But people will pay as individuals. What happens? You're paying the foreigners, you're paying the Azul, the China, you're paying everybody, you're refusing to pay the local providers. They are paying money in the local banks. That's why we have a lot of mortgages on the market. So, please, and it is erroneous to be budgeting for supplementary and you accumulating areas. Because government is work, government agencies and accounting officers are not supposed to commit government where they don't have money. That's why for every unexpected expenditure, if you don't have money, you submit a supplementary. At the same time, you are supplementary spending and also accumulating areas. It is erroneous. It is not in any school of economics. Then, so we'll pay 100%. We also reduce. So our budget will come to 32. For us, we'll go back and reduce interest payment. I've said, because we've reduced our debt rollover, because we've not borrowed more debt, we shall have only 3.3 trillion. Interest payment, please put it back. Interest payment, so we shall reduce interest payment, gratuity, debt, wages as they are, and we shall have the discretionary expenditure of 20 trillion. Vis-a-vis government is 15. And we believe with that expenditure, when you have a resource envelope of 20 realistic trillion, other than the fixed, the 22 that is fixed years. So you run the two, you run the two of ours and theirs and on the same sheet. And you see the difference. So you have more money for a budget, more money for government to spend and more everything. So, honorable colleagues, our budget resource envelope will be that much. But let me say a few things here as I wind up. No amount, and I should better be understood, no amount of economic engineering can fix an economy without a leadership with the financial discipline. If I'm not a Minister of Finance, the Secretary to Treasury, with the same behavior tendencies, I want to make even a scratch impact. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? We've spent 527 billion on attack without any bag of sugar coming out of attack of taxpayers' money. We've spent 314 billion on Chiramoto without Chiramoto putting even $1 in the street of Kampala. That is almost $1 trillion. We've spent a lot of money on banana something. It's called what? It's a lot of money. If I invested that money in raw fruits, like boost up the maize production. Yeah, yesterday I saw debate in Parliament. MP is crying for 4 billion to distribute each 1 penny of maize. Now, in my convenience, I have 10,000 things. Now, if you give 1 ton of maize, that is 1,000 kilograms. That means in home, I will get 10 grams of seeds of maize to fight for sustenance, for the security. It's a bad job. To fight the hunger as severe job. There are so many things that you can do, and I can best do that will impact on the so as a level we go through it. It needs to be made clear. One, as long as you operate your economy on solvency and not on liquidity as a paradigm, you will not go very far. Solvency is economic union. You know economic union? For this economy, these people who are likely not to pay back, they say, please reduce your debt to the debt ratio. Japan is 150 in terms of GDP to debt ratio. It's because for them, they will say, you borrow and you're going to generate income. But today, here, every unbankable idea in this country, unbankable project, the last resort, after the land of first resort, is the government of Uganda. Now, somebody wants to come here and borrow to create a pharmaceutical company. 6 years records. The caucus is called the caucuses of chairpersons of the various caucuses under NRM to come here and push a supplementary of 600 billion to give it to somebody who was almost imprisoned in India. Yes, some people should leave us for a given evening. We are not a country of fools. No, you cannot spend that much money on security. Yesterday, I looked at the numbers of march for soldiers. They brought a supplemental of 90 for SARS increment and 339 billion to increase wage on these so-called crime preventers. Now, the total wage for UPDF is going to be nearly 800. Can you sustain the country at peace? Without anything, can you sustain that? So why don't you invest in diplomacy? Stop regional mongering. Stop all these endeavors. Encourage democratic governance in all countries. It is cheaper. I will not interrupt the presentation of the budget speech. I beg to rest my case.
Yes, I think Honorable Chivumbi deserves a better round of applause than that. Well, I can tell you I was surprised that the small folder can have so much information. It is, but I will keep my reservations on that one. Our distinguished guests, before we have the budget speech presented to us, let us just have two more statements from the shadow ministers. This will allow for everybody to internalize what the Minister for Finance has proposed in his in the highlights, and thereafter the leader of the opposition will come and wrap it up properly. So let's have just two more presentations from the shadow ministers. Thank you.
This is Kaya Christine Nashimoero, Chivaga District Member of Parliament, and also the Alternative Minister for Water and Environment. As an alternative government, we feel that we should concentrate on the following issues. One, we need to renovate, rehabilitate the already dilapidated ecosystems, especially forests. And then we have to evict all encroachers. We must regularize the surveys and boundary marcations such that the residents are aware. Those who have already acquired the titles within these forest reserves and wetlands have to be evicted immediately. We are also looking at revamping the financing of climate change management options. There are a lot of finances out there, but we're just looking on yet our national budget can no longer sustain the actions we feel can build the resilience of our people. We are also looking at strengthening the meteorological services in Uganda, because weather forecasts are very important to help our people decide the economic activities that we can take part in. And the different sectors must be cognizant of the weather forecasts, how to build roads, how to construct houses. All this must be cognizant of the forecasts such that we have resilient constructions in roads, in housing, and also agriculture. What is best for this place in this period is very important for us as we try to reduce poverty among the star population. These are some of the salient actions that we feel should take place in this coming financial year. I thank you.
My name is Kabir Frank, the Shadow Minister for the Youth and Children Affairs, the MP for Kasanda South constituency. Since the youth and children compose the largest population in Uganda, we have a lot of issues that are affecting us, and this cut across. We are looking at the problem of the teenage pregnancies and child marriage. This is affecting our communities, and it has been hyped and evidenced during the lockdowns we had due to the pandemic. And we are coming out with alternatives to skill these young girls so that they can impact the communities where they live. So that those that can attend or go back to school also qualify to be absorbed and adopted into the schools so that they can also attain a future in education. And this we are willing to be and push until we achieve the desired goal, so that everyone at least qualifies with a skill and the knowledge to run and contribute to the community. We are impacting on areas that are measures that are going to ensure that the children and the young ones have assurance for better life by looking into the health sector, looking at how in our government we can reduce on the taxes on the things that are needed by mothers. For example, the markets which are a necessity to everyone. And now we are making childbearing look like a business or a burden. So we have to use that and we look at it as a treasure because we are building for the nation. We are going to introduce the 10% inclusion for fresh graduates in every office or in every sector to see that at least they get that chance to build experience, to reduce on the because some of these people have lack of experience and the very skills that are not further and not observing the available number of groups who have been able to reach out to the labor market. So we have to do that, and we shall request everyone to give the hand, to give the hand, to give us a supporting hand, to come and influence, because every idea, every counts in the fight to see that we have a better country and a better generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was partly a commercial break, but also giving you time to digest the highlights from the budget speech. Our distinguished guests, I know there are so many of you. Some of you were not recognized earlier. Allow me to just recognize just a few of you. I'll continue recognizing even as the day goes on. And this is in no particular order. Mr. Kamadi Bionabie, Chairperson, Human Rights Commission. Were you? Okay, Mr. Hannington Musimenta from the NPA. Thank you for joining us. Of course, the Honorable Betty Kamya is here with us. Rajab Semakula, LC5, Kalangala. I believe you're here with us. Yes, thank you. You're most welcome. Mr. Moses Egunyu from IRI. Thank you very much. And all the civil society who are here. Mayor Bakite from Nansana. I think Nansana is well represented. Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Nanyonga from Chira Municipality. Yes, you're most welcome. Speaker Mawanda Alan from Mukono Central. Yes, thank you. You're most welcome. Dr. Emmanuel Selinjoji, Mayor Kawempe. Thank you. You're most welcome. Mr. Martin Luanga Bwanika, Chair Wakiso. Yes, you're most welcome. Mr. Jeff Wadulo, CS Bag. Yes, I will continue recognizing the guests, but all of you are really most welcome. And we thank you that you have found the time to come and listen. Now, our highlight for the day is, of course, the presentation of the budget speech by the leader of the opposition. So it gives me great honor and a pleasure to invite our leader of the opposition, Honorable Mathias Mpuuga, to kindly come and deliver your alternative budget speech. Thank you.
I appreciate the work done by Mr. Peter Odeke in recognizing our various guests to allow in a special way to receive my party president, the Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Welcome to Parliament. The different party leaders here. I told him next time and told me next time. Well, it is in the palm of my friend representing the Blue Corner, Mr. Saddam Gaila, EPP, and Haji Katerega from Java. It's members of Parliament, friends, gentlemen. Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Honorable Mwana Chivumbi, has ably enumerated our sense of the resource envelope, and I have nothing meaningful to add. So for a little bit elaborating on why our intentions and what they are. So for the next few minutes, I'll try to repurpose that resource envelope. The questions have been coming through. Why this assembly? Why this budget for the opposition? Because the opposition is evolving, and the opposition is in the permanent position. And where we work, where we sleep, where we spend our days, the horizon shows us different signs. And I sense that you are the signs of the times. When a government does not know what it has in the pocket, you know that government is in the corridors moving out. And the economic has observed, they don't even know how much money they have to spend. It's our duty to focus the nation to what is going to happen after. Inevitably, the regime will pack up and go. That's our job, to express our readiness to lead. So, Mr. President, my impressions, I'm going to share with you this morning, are impressions of a group ready to lead, not just to impress. We are just saying, please give us a chance. We are actually ready. The whole Jolly Commissioner is the deputy president of NUP in charge of Western Uganda. She was not recognized. You are most welcome. A very senior citizen. And the array of our invitations was intentioned to draw the attention of the nation to our work and why we believe the country is missing us. At the end of the day today, Uganda will know what they are missing. They probably don't know what they are missing. And I want to thank you, Mr. President, for the team that gave me work with in Parliament, my chief whip, the shadow ministers, and the reflections here are a collective effort of this team. We took our time, our schedules, and through these ideas, and were collectively put together from the different political shades. They are not simply the wazaking of NUP, let our mislead us. They are an impression from different shades of opinion. We conversed over, and we thought we can make a difference. And as the moderator informed this meeting that the theme of our budget is rethinking the government budget and a human approach to budget resource allocation. We are aware that over the last 3 years, government moved away from the sectoral approach to what they call the program approach to budgeting. I want you to ambush any government minister in the corridor of Parliament. To come and them 5 minutes and about the budget approach to budgeting, the program approach to budgeting. They end up in the law, I'm very sure. So when we are in Saturday, people in government are occupying space. Those one members will tell you the interaction with ministers and able to explain what they are doing, that they are pretending over government. The migration from the sectoral approach to program approach was never properly conceptualized. Eventually, I say, in quick translation into action. That's why they will tell you that we are not paid salary, but the budget is for salary. We are increasing the pay for science teachers. But if you're a head teacher and you're a science head teacher, you was not increased, you're a head teacher, but not a teacher. Oh gosh. Then you ask, what happened to the planning function of government? So that's why I want, ladies and gentlemen, we are cycling into the afternoon slowly. We want to share with the world, the distinguished guests, our impressions of where we are and where we want to go. And because the shadow minister has enabled me to shed a light on the key impressions, I will work very fast. I'll ask the gentleman, the projector, to begin the projections, right where they are. I explained earlier on that the objective for a human rights-based approach to budgeting is because there's a reason why citizens demand for a government. A government is not just an impression. A government must be one for a purpose. And the entire scope of reason for having government is enshrined in the band of rights that we must, as of necessity and as of right, as birthright, enjoy. Chapter 4 of our Constitution clearly underscores the extent of rights. And if you look at this huge booklet here that enshrines our ideas, we have bundled these programs, these ideas into 4. Initially, civic and political rights, and the entities therein are well structured. Then economic rights, and then lastly, social and cultural rights. We don't have 20 programs, we have nothing. We have that three bundle of rights, civic and political, economic, then social, cultural rights. We believe if we underscore and resource those bundles of rights, will be home and dry. The reason why governments are governments is because they are sensitive to the needs of their people. And all the services governments provide are done so as a matter of right. And governments must ensure that the obligation to availability of resources, accessibility to resources in their adequate quantities, and reducing the extent of inequalities by purposing resources, reduce inequities and inequalities, and of course, that all that they do in terms of programming is done to ensure that human rights are observed. Basically, the right to education, the right to safe water, the right to health, the right to a job. Those are not actually marginalized by the government. They are a matter of right, and therefore our budget programming is meant to deliver that. Can we continue? So in doing this, like the Shadow Minister for Finance observed, the government must be transparent. The government must enhance participation of citizenry. The government must be accountable and must not discriminate. Have you heard government ministers telling citizens that you have to benefit from government services? And they claim to be a government? That must be a cobble, not a government. So we believe that once you observe these rights and you know that citizens make us leaders to observe those rights, then you are able to deliver. Let me give in the next 5 minutes where we are in terms of the economic outlook. The first is about inflation and domestic prices. We know for a fact that inflation in Uganda is double-digit for the last more than 2 years. And the double-digit inflation is partly because we are unable to fathom how to deal with it. This room bears a number of economists. And one of the shocks in Uganda is that the government is trying to deal with inflation, but they have never informed the country which type of inflation they are dealing with. We contend that the country is facing structural inflation. And if you are facing structural inflation, you do not invoke the kind of policies the government invoked to deal with it, namely a contractionally monetary policy that is reducing money in circulation, but it too an expansionary fiscal policy, meaning collecting more money from the public. But people are broke. The kind of inflation we are facing is not because the rate of money in people's hands chasing for goods. That's the economics. That's the first subtopic in inflation. So you are facing structural inflation, you are defining the contractional fiscal policy, monetary policy, meaning that you have a lot of money in their pockets. We actually are broke. So eventually, we are failing to deal with this inflation. And to make it for more than 24 months. We contend that the bulk of our inflation is imported because we are net importers of petroleum products. And the petroleum import bill is the biggest. The second is the steel import iron and steel. Continue down. So we must deal with this inflation holistically. One, by enhancing production, because structural inflation includes production. We must deal with those issues that impair and disable production in the economy, it's not because people have a lot of money in their pockets. Relatively high interest rates, because you have inflation, interest rates as a necessity are high in our banks. Commercial banks hedge inflation by hiking interest rates. So what do? Because now you are facing structural inflation and interest rates are very high, the producers are disabled from borrowing. So you continue in a situation of inability to produce, inability to produce to secure loans. So you end up with inflation and unemployment, which the economists call stagflation. That's where we are. So in every bank, commercial banks will look at the rate of inflation and will determine the rates charged on loans. So a better economic situation. Continue down. Can you move? Look at our external account. We are in $284 million in terms of BOP distributed with Asia. Asia is our biggest partner, because of necessarily China, India, they account for this. So between what we sell there and what we get there, that's our deficit of the BOP account. Continue. The Middle East, $106 million between what we sell and what we get, that's the deficit. And of course, the rest of the world, continue down first. So, what is it that is strange with the BOP account? Now, when you are facing a BOP disequilibrium, you don't need a PhD in economics to know that you must distinguish between short-term problems that require reform, adjustment, two things. You're unable to export. What do? Pick a few things on your BOP account and you export more. If you're facing the long-term disequilibrium, make reforms. So we neither have reforms nor adjustments. So the BOP account over the next 12 months is going to remain in that big picture. We have a problem in Kenya. Over the last 2 days in Parliament, the government has been struggling to explain how to approach it. We're asking them, so if Kenya builds up, what is the remedy for Uganda? They are saying they're in charge. I think they're in charge of Uganda and Kenya. Now, if you have a crisis, our external reserves can only hold us for 3.6 months. A basic economy requires at least 6 months of input capacity in a crisis. We can only survive for 3.5 months in our situation. That's our economy. Scroll down. So we have talked about that, continue down, the major causes of the BOP account disequilibrium, and our solution going forward, if we're government, of course, we have a lot of resources, ability resources. One of them is iron ore that we have for time in Uganda. I know the government banned the export of iron ore, but I'm also aware that some people, some small Ugandans are exporting slowly the raw material. The iron ore infrastructure in Uganda is capable of sustaining not only East Africa, but the rest of East and Central Africa without importing from China. You have curtailed and cut off the import bill of iron ore, steel, and aluminum products by exploiting the iron ore in Western Uganda. There's so much money we have spent trying to exploit oil. If I put that into that industry, would be miles ahead. I don't think our planners here are going to sleep. I'm aware somebody from NPA is here. I'm also aware people at NPA are doing their best. But in economics, talk about planning without the plans and planning without planning, which of these two days by implementing. Continue. We also believe, of course, most of you probably one in a while you interact with the dollar. That is the extent of our exchange rates. And the reason is very simple. If you're not importer, you're not exporting, market is bound in the exchange rate. Secondly, you have greater leverage in terms of capital trade. You have raised balance. Capital flight, that's where you are in terms of exchange rate. So if you are not competing in terms of the exports. So eventually, over the last 12 months, the shilling has been battered by 3.1% and is still depreciating. Continue. The fiscal deficit, I thought the shadow minister talk about the fiscal deficit. That's the difference between what you locally mobilize and what you intend to use locally. We're talking about local mobilization. Our fiscal deficit is at 5.4%. And the reasons have been ably given because, putting down, is that big because we exempt people from paying taxes illicitly, the corruption that is endemic, and of course the inefficiencies in local revenue mobilization coupled with budget abuse, like the shadow minister has reported. When you have those abuses, definitely you're going to end up with a huge fiscal deficit. That's where we are. Continue down, and our solutions for this. Can we go to the solutions for the physical deficit? Okay, you go back a bit up by 2 steps. Because the public debt. Again. Yeah, of course, the solution is for the fiscal deficit, like I mentioned. The shadow minister are ably enumerated of our anti-corruption approach to revenue mobilization and tax exemptions that we consider illicit, and of course enhancing domestic revenue mobilization as a solution. Budget abuse in this country, if you're a member of parliament and you are not figured out how the budget is abused in your own place, and it's abused because partly our oversight is weak, and of course another ruling party in parliament, making it very improbable that the parliament to exert enough pressure on the regime to be restrained. And certainly, if the DNA of the sitting government to abuse public funds, how do you answer to DNA? I'm not a scientist. Probably I'll ask Dr. Batua if they can change one's DNA. But the corruption DNA is permanent. You can only, yeah, good doctor from Congo says it's a chromosome, so I don't know who can change the government corruption. Let's move down. We have talked about the public debt. I don't want to waste time on it. The finance minister has talked about it. Move down. What you should know about the public debt currently, only 100 shillings. URA collects 100 shillings. URA collects 37 shillings go to public debt servicing. Every 100, 37 is on debt. That's how dire our situation is. That is 37%. So the public debt exerts 37% pressure on every inch of local revenue mobilized. That's how dire. Let's move a bit faster. The trend lines of the debt, I don't have to go over them. The causes have been enumerated. Move down. Of course, the solutions, in our 6 months as a government, we want to cause an audit into all forms of borrowing. Some borrowing is illicit, some borrowing is fictitious, some borrowing is not declared. So as audit, you borrow before that, which is authorized, and some of the borrowing is unauthorized. You are aware, I've read in the floor parliament several times to question a new mechanism called pre-financing or financing, especially public roads infrastructure. The government meets with a contractor, a Chinese or Indian or whatever, and say, I want you to go and construct Masaka Kampala highway. Name your price. That borrowing is not brought to Parliament, but it's a form of borrowing without parliamentary approval, which is unconstitutional and illegal ab initio. So we need to audit some of this borrowing. Remember, those contracts sometimes are 10 times overpriced. That's why they need to be audited. And I want to encourage my sister, the IDG, to just yourself in the financing contracts. Compare them with other forms of contracts to better understand how this taxpayer is being fleeced in this country. The financing contracts. Of course, the finance minister has talked about rolling back on domestic borrowing, which is a huge problem that clouds out domestic investments. We talked about that already, move down. The banking sector in that book is well enumerated, it's foreign dominated. Because the banking sector is crowded by foreign-owned banks, capital rate is 100%. At the end of the day, the local banks are being squeezed out of business. And part of the reason and part of the solution, Bank of Uganda has by law mandated to determine the minimum capital requirement in the bank. And apparently now, at Australia, 25 billion people can open a bank. That's why we encourage you to go into circles, media, and the like. One of our solutions is to make that think over the law. Why this reduce, create two private systems for locally owned bank and owned banks. That can help local people to ease on the restrictive capital requirements for starting local banks. I heard Number 7 sometimes say that it was a mistake to sell UCB. Was UCB sold or just shared? For these troubles, we would have our own government-owned commercial bank for the purpose of enabling local people to access credit from their own. Our neighbors in Kenya have, I think, 4 banks here. All we have in other countries, so we export trouble to other countries, not business. I've only had Central Bank starting a bank in Malawi, we wish them luck. We shall rather export them out for the region. Trouble. We shall restart a government-owned bank, government bank. All governments have banks. Corruption. Just scroll slowly as I talk about corruption. I think corruption in this country can cause you nausea. And I think those who write about it have run out of pages. If you have the booklet, you have right into the side of your book or in the cover. The cases are innumerable. Move down a bit. In 2021, that's how much we lost in corruption, 10 trillion. The forms of corruption are well enumerated in this huge booklet. You read them, move a bit down. And the way money is siphoned, and the declaration of taxes, and the declaration of utility user fees, absenteeism from work, inflated payroll, ghost service consumers like ghost students and teachers, and also have now ghost health workers. Parliament last year voted in money for a health center that does not exist. Remember, you just imagine a health center given money and does not exist. So corruption has no between senses. One of Betty Kamya, I'm afraid your goose is cooked. That's the outlook. You are aware, I'm sure, of this information that GTI carried out a study in 2021 and declared 15.1 trillion lost in money corruption. And those are some of the cases: salaries, inventory resources, payroll corruption, judicial corruption, procurement corruption, security, education. You see, we already see the education minister in parliament, and what you get is that she's very busy planning for the country, but see corruption in her ministry. Not in the parliament, not looking for the corrupt. So what's happening? That's the array. Move down. So the cost to the taxpayer, of course, in terms of the budget, in terms of the cost to service that would have gotten to the taxpayer, and of course the indirect costs. When people look wary about so many things and they give up on government and they give up on leadership, it's partly because they're exhausted of complaining about corruption. That's very dangerous. It's our duty as leaders to motivate people not to give up on the corrupt. That's it. I don't think we need to go over one by one some of the key corruption scandals from 1985 to 2012, but go down, because I believe that's where it started from. Yes, there. In 1985, some people robbed the Kyagulanyi Currency Center of 400 million, and that was the beginning of the corruption we see. Yes. So 1985, a bank was robbed, and the robbers eventually declared themselves who they were, and they are all posing as leaders. Then you wonder why we are where we are in terms of corruption. They were arrested, they are given out offspring, and they have been a thing. The DNA of 1985 is what we are carrying through in terms of corruption. So arrest those things, you do away with the corruption in this country. Put him down. Of course, the solutions, Robert Kamya share with us. We shall cause a National Reparation Commission. And this commission, it will be a kind of amnesty. Have been in 1,000 questions scandal. Please report to this office and return to the taxpayer. We are given 6 months to return. The corrupt they are named and known. Open those reports. I give these reports. We shall give them amnesty. Just like our amnesty commission for rebels and other people. So, how is it for the corrupt? 6 months. Come and return to the taxpayer, or you get you prosecuted. Secondly, e-government. Resident eminently in procurement. People in local government and other places know how procurement is a permanent resident of the corrupt. So when you start e-government, it's a big solution. It's more transparent. It's one way. But when you go down, scrutinize our sector of ICT. ICT is expensive and inaccessible. So you must move the tool for you to be able to have the corruption using e-government. Of course, we like the mandatory lifestyle audit, over which the Honorable Kamya was talking about trucks. I want to concern a bit. Don't give up, please. Mandatory audit. One of my friends did ask me and tell me that, I think our children one day will ask us why we are when people are building their children in Kampala and other places. Because we are missing. All we carry with that our suits and our integrity. That's what my bequest. There are people who don't know what we don't want they do, and they're very easy. Even the children don't know what they do. I want to buy times in space. And really because they are rich. If you tell me a wage and you answer 2 questions, how much tax do you pay? How much do you employ? 2 things. So, Madam IGP, that's the job. We also intend to introduce performance-based contracts because sometimes in most categories, because people believe they are eternal, if you're not performing, you sign out. It's one of getting people to work and terminate people who are inept and unable to perform. Faster, I want to go to the beef. Now, on our budget strategy, well, I'll give one outlook of where we are and don't get frustrated. That's what we are, that's where we are. Thankfully, we are alive and have better ideas that we believe can uplift the citizenry in their frustration to thinking that this country can be resolved through. Our belief is that the current planning is problematic. It's lacking in imagination, discriminatory, and unable to fathom the needs of our people, and therefore the sense of misdirection and the desired purpose, national resources. Our budget takes a human approach, like I said, and we did a 3-sum cluster: civil and political rights, economic rights, and social and cultural rights. Move down. That's an array of sectors. Our fiscal framework was well laid down by the Ministry of Finance. I don't want to go through it. The fiscal framework was well laid down. Our resource envelope was properly laid down. Yeah, let's go to the sectors. Yes, finance and planning is going to deal with high levels of inflation at 10.4% and rising. Deal with the weakening shilling in due course. Deal with the interest rates that are serious, and deal with a discrimination on our BDP account. That's our total date. I think the minister talked about it. Move down. And our key priorities that the Chancellor of the Exchequer would look at is to reduce and avoid submitted budgets and budget cuts. Reduce expedient-based military expenditure. We really believe that our expenditure on the military is partly expedient and not necessary. We're just being adventurous. What are we doing in Central Africa when our people are dying in Karamoja? That's blind expenditure, and expending so much money. Reduce government revenue loss, raise more tax revenue. We intend to amend Rule 159 to allow certain tax laws, restrict borrowing, and of course, like the minister advised, the threshold of 50% or even below, as our partners in the idea do advise. Get down. Now let's go to the other economic sectors. Agriculture employing more than 70% of the population. Let's move. The structure in agriculture, as we know it, is stunted growth, stagnated. It's not contributing to GDP they could have desired because of its nature and structure. Smallholder farmers are hand to mouth. There's no speculating because it's hand to mouth. And of course, overutilization of resources, dependence on nature, in other words. What are our priorities? Increase access to affordable agricultural credit. Curb the effects of climate change through irrigation. Somebody talked about the PDM, which died a stillbirth. If you read our big book, We intend to scrap it immediately. It's nonsense. Scrap it, put that money into irrigation, and support farmers throughout there. If you went to Masaka, for example, and made an investment with the farmers, they'll actually tell you their problem. They'll tell you, give us water. In another area, they'll tell you, give us the roads. So the PDM is one size fits all. Okay, doesn't matter. Like the famous EPDF uniforms. But were very small, like children uniforms. So the people still bad. So we said we would scrap it and repurpose that resource into irrigation. Increase access to farm inputs and disease control. Of course, in the component of inputs, in the document, you will see one of our activities, one of our steps is what Dr. Bedwanika has already done. His bill, I think, is out for printing. The farming contract bill. It enumerates what we need to do in making sure that farmers access inputs of quality. There is due to supply inputs. Just imagine a farmer going to a shop, buys seed, they never germinate, and it ends that way. So we are moving, we have a lot in the offing, and we believe that by the end of this session of Parliament, the famous Dr. Bedwanika will see the light of day as part of our positive steps into the direction. The rest are beyond them, and we know them. Move down a bit. And of course, in doing that, we have allocated that much. That is in trillion, not billion. But the computer man prefers to say 1,488 billion, which is 1.4 trillion. Move down. Education and sports. The situation, retention, low dropouts, low staff levels, low captation grant. I am aware that our captation grant in primary education and secondary is the lowest in the region, with the regional laggards that far. And we are proud of the dropouts. Hey, just get a bit up. You saw last year how many children had enrolled in primary 1 and how many completed primary 7. Less than 40%. Over 60% dropped out. What happened? Low staffing levels. We have been investigating with the Ministry of Education a number of schools around Kampala. A single class with 400 pupils and 3 teachers. My speaker for Kampala, you need to be interested. A school, a single class with 400 pupils and 3 teachers. And you have the Ministry of Education and the Department of Planning and Education. So there are issues we must deal with if we're going to really be serious and be relevant to the people. Proceed down. So what we intend to do is to restore the comprehensive inspection. In our times, a school inspector was as good as a minister. What happened? Vagabonds, drunkards, and regime supporters and medical inspectors to go and pick money from school teachers. You pick a school dropout and make you a school inspector because it's so good for you at the station. So a government training, repurposing, and enumeration for inspectorate. Then will be out of the issues of dropouts, the issue of non-attendance to our pupils in school and students in school. Review secondary level curriculum. The 31st of March 2023, the senior 3 students have not yet gotten first term material as I speak. Actually, yes. Are they going to extend the term? Are they going to make a reform to parents? Are they going to make the pupils study in the holiday or at home? The rest of the materials. And you have a government and a government minister getting a salary. And also talked about teacher welfare. The teachers are the most abused civil servants. They are abused. So big like we are. There's no education system anywhere better than the quality of teachers. You have the teachers, you have education. Well, we do get the belief that trans teachers must be motivated at the expense of us teachers. I have a question where the global factors, whether it's an art or a science. Is it an art? Is it? Is that an art or a science? Are you aware that, for example, the Pythagorean theorem comes from music? Are you aware of that? In the bulldozer in mathematics, the composers of the same are initially musicians. So, you are a science teacher, the art teacher should go and suffer, go and hang. Our policy is dual motivation. We shall motivate all the teachers. So now that we going to pay the science teachers in government schools, so what happens to science teachers in government schools? So how do the private schools get more too much government pay? So they should go and hang. Our point is, because some teachers are rare and few, our government has in science teachers for schools. Because all science teachers are available, private schools, because you have private schools and government schools. Common sense. You don't have to be the PhD common sense to know that private teachers will not afford the cost of private schools will afford the cost of science teachers at that rate. So how do we have resources for education to recruit endless available science teachers and send them to private schools? You can do that. It's done elsewhere. We're talking about the school feeding program. So we are proud to send thousands of our children to school to starve the whole day. As far as we hold other DCs, doctors, and all the migrants to go and see what is demanding for somebody to money for food for children. Because we want to be honest, we will repurpose resources to make sure our children are fed at school. This country is not devoid of enough food. It's abusing resources and abusing people. The Honorable Minister for Sports made a well-about presentation on sports, the Honorable Kayemba, about our impressions on sports. Sports is not entertaining per se. Sports in our time is big time business. How much money has been spent on sports infrastructure over the last 10 years? A big zero. So we will have resources devoted for sports in all regions because it's a big business. In our country, 75% of young people, you would really encourage to go into sports as a business, as an investment, but they don't have sports facilities. In Kampala, school sports facilities were sold to thieves in Kampala. So what do you do? Of course, as part of our recovery of government assets, we will recover all those assets. If you put there an arcade around the school, that arcade will become a playground in the government. Make no mistake. As part of recovering the country and stopping the nonsense that will invest in this country for these years. So we want to vote that much, make sure we purpose that much, we cover the education sector. Move down. Gender, labor and social development. The cause of our labor workforce is low productivity. Their rights are abused. They are less motivated. We have, do you know that in this country, graduate unemployment is at 85%? 85% graduate unemployment. That's for World Cup. Inadequate management, insufficient coverage of social protection. Move down. That's the situation analysis. Of course, we've been dealing with a huge problem of legislation. And because this market of legislation is now occupied by a mafia clique, we would regulate it. To make sure, like other nations are doing, we will restructure it, regulate it, and repurpose its functioning. The Minister for Youth talked about youth-friendly interventions in the communities. Our youth are sensitive. Our youth needs to be understood. Our youth needs to be redirected. Their efforts and their energy needs to be recultured. And that's why we need numerous to deal with our challenges because they are unique and refund to them into a good result for our country. Of course, you need to have remand homes where the children coming from Karamoja, taken to campings or any other place. Why not in an environment of their culture so that they can really grow as children? The arts industry is a huge industry. We need to revamp it. And that line, the owner of Kyagulanyi, Dr. Ssentamu, is leading us in reviewing the law that relates to this industry. The complete and neighboring rights law is under review, courtesy of his effort. We want to thank him. And part of the reason is to repurpose that law that it can serve so many young people. So many people are really talented that they can benefit from their talent. Move down, the rest by me, and then the zero is supposed to be inside 660 billion, not 66. You have to change that. You cannot do what I've said with 66 billion. It's 660 billion. Move down to the next sector. Health. Dr. Mpuuga is a very, very imaginative Minister of Health. His sector is, as underlined, significantly underfunded. We have a resurgence of malaria in our communities. Chronic energy is eating away into its resource. Teenage pregnancies are becoming a mainstay. We need to change all of this. One of the issues in this booklet is how we increase the malaria. If we lose 2 people because of Ebola in 1 week, we close the country. But we lose more than 50 people every day of malaria. But you are happy to return home without a clear place to eradicate malaria. So we have elaborated clearly how we need to deal with this by repurposing resources into more sophisticated spraying. It's been done elsewhere. If you go to my Minister of Health, tell me to explain that, you will go really appreciating that we can actually do away with malaria in this country. The issue is we're not motivated to do that. We can do it. Human resource. Are you aware, comrades, that in this country, not even half of the available medical doctors are employed by government? Not even a half, probably a quarter are employed. This country has about 5,000 trained medical doctors, only 1,300 employed by government. So, And the point of the vote recruitment doctors is that we also secure to facilities like the religious based and non-profit. Because we have more everything than government health centers. And our point of subsidiary will be the health center 4. And the Honorable Mpuuga last financial year gave us the figures of how much money we would need to have health center 4 in every constituency. And that money is very small, just 300 million. You will have at least a working center 4 in every constituency. Where is the money? It's somewhere in expediency. So we will grow the recruitment. We are working with workers in this country that needs to be motivated to stay here. They are running away because of lack of motivation. It's our job as a government to use the and the national resources. Scroll down. So we will allocate 2.94 trillion to the sector. We are planning to sign declarations. Maybe because we have a company that makes pens in Uganda. So every declaration we sign, we just sign, no matter. So we're sticking to the Abuja declaration that requires us to at least commit 15% of the national budget on health. The last time I checked, we are below 8. And regionally, we also a regional laggard in terms of putting resources on health. Our allocation will give us closer to 10% of the budget. And if you give us 5 years in government, we will hit the 15% of commitment as per the Abuja declaration. Move down. So after 40 years of the NRM government, we are still below 8%. And that's sure if you give them another year, we will go about 5%. Because they're not doing any better, they're worsening every day. Land and housing. My shadow minister for lands, I think, is taking a journey, lost a family member here around. But he has very interesting suggestions in this area. Due to the land problem. We have had about land grabbing and evictions. Land is not simply an economic issue, it's a political issue for control of citizens. That's why that are grabbing people's land are armed. They're not ordinary people. They are not really person. When ambitious cannot go to Vujitro and evict people from their land. It is armed power in government because they don't control citizens. So land is a serious political matter. We will deal with it. The situation of land grabbing, encroachment on public land. Those who have local governments not so well how much encroachment, illegal encroachment has been visited on public land. Of course, fraud and corruption and unorganized urbanization. That's why you're going to find somebody building in a road reserve, but have their plans approved. So the government in holiday, you are part of the problem. Our priorities is strengthen land tenure security, audit the land fund. It's one of the pending motions on our side, even now, is auditing the land fund. Remember, the land fund was meant to benefit the poor. There are on other people that want to be a security of tenure. But we are aware that part of the land fund was used by the smart people to buy plots in Kololo. So how do you get the land fund to go and buy a plot in Imokopo? So this information is available. Probably the RD should also interest herself in the land fund and how it's been utilized over the years. That people can actually afford to buy land, wait for the land fund to acquire land on Kampala Road and other places, not in the Bunyoro, not anywhere where people actually need this money. Not in the Buganda where people are being evicted from their Vimanja and they cannot really buy for themselves. Audit public land transactions. Yes, public land transactions. People have really partaken public land. My sister Santa knows what's happening to public farms in the north, in Acholi, that are being parted out by the smart people, smart in quotes. Of course, review and implement the National Physical Development Plan. How do you address a housing deficit in this country? If you're a government, you can have an elaborate plan. What do you do to the Chivuli slums? What do you do to the slums in Namuongo? What do you do to the slums in all these places? In Kamocha, not in the place, there are so many people, you know. No government can deal with this problem. It's more for citizens, and still have enough housing for government if you're a serious government. Continue. So we vote, revamp that sector that much. Proceed. Tourism. Yeah, it's the situation in tourism. The situation is low tourist turn-up, low ranking, low quality, yet expensive accommodation, poor infrastructure, poor marketing. I heard somebody complain that you see our gorillas are being fed with bananas from Rwanda, they are taking them. So must we forgive you? Should we complain about that and your government? So what happens to marketing? You market Uganda, you citizens of Uganda. You want to market citizens. Abducting citizens, and you think people are going to come and see gorillas, abducting citizens. It's a big fun mix. You know, how do you justify tourism in an environment of inflation? I'm not aware how many of you will take a ticket to go to Afghanistan as an example. Because here they all love tourism, so you want to go Hotel Queen as part of your adventure. That's what it takes for the tourists. How much money are we putting in? So we want to get in so much out of nothing. Our priority is to, of course, we have mentioned the legislation talks about the political environment and how we intend to deal with it to make it natural for people to visit Uganda. The infrastructure, the classification is inadequate, the standardization is crap. Of course, prioritizing religious and cultural tourism, which is our mainstay. And we're having an example in our explanation. But for example, you can actually turn in Namugongo into a Mecca if you're a good planner for this sector. And what do you need to do? Make available infrastructure to access this place. How come the planner will cut off in Namugongo is congestion? Where are the infrastructure? Where are the hotels? Where are the underground trains? The serious government will purpose that area, buy people in phases. If you give us 5 years, we will buy from Chireka, all surround and create infrastructure and make this our own Mecca. It's possible. Culture tourism, common sense. If you went any region of Uganda with the riches of culture and repurposed it, marketed it, you're not dry. Some people visit us not to see gorillas, but to interact with people. Human nature is interactive. There are people who love to mix with others. We must really make it as part of our package, really expand the array of available tourist attractions. And that will be our vote on that sector. Continue. Information communication technology, a very, very active sector, misdirected with the poor infrastructure, high literacy or knowledge of availability, expensive ICT services, rank high globally is one of the high data cost nations. And of course, we also banned Facebook, but the government official on Facebook. You know, that's how we work somehow. The laws are bogus. The issues we pass in Parliament, you know, is one of them. And of course, our people are poor to access high cost. So our alternative would be to channel resources into ICT infrastructure, promote PPPs, public partnerships. If you are MTN, you are Airtel, and you want to invest in ICT and say schools access cheap data, so we don't look at your tax bill and reduce it and motivate you as part of the arrangement. So I'm going to use act in that act because the makes the minister almost a group of sorts. The minister complains, the minister prosecutes, the minister has everything to sentence you. My brother from the Vice Commission, that's how the UCC Act is like. Last week, the Honorable Williams was asked why they never brought UCC tribunal to bear, as the law says, 13 years down the road. He was, of course, and does. He prefers to be a complainant, a judge and a prosecutor in his own case. That's how they're working. So I really welcome that act. We should have the UCC, like I said, and also introduce a social media charter. Replace the infamous act. We don't infamous in the act. That's fair. But we don't want the criminal rules. This charter, you read our document, is well elaborated, would regulate this kind of interaction. And at the different platforms, for you to be able to participate, you will have to recognition yourself for the given charter. For me, but I encourage you as much as here, you don't claim to read and explain and believe. It's one thing we can do to enable and allow sharing information with speech, but responsible free speech. Because in some cases, informative speech can inform the country and create a misunderstanding among the speakers when actually social media is supposed to be interactive and developmental. So instead of a developmental law, we're proposing a charter, which everyone using social media will commit. I'm going to commit so much money on retrieving ICT. Proceed. East Africa, East African community, yes, we are part of this. Its methods of work are convoluted. There's a lot that is uncoordinated, like I'm highlighting. The terms of trade are secured against us. The election in Uganda are falling, we are the yellow, and life goes on. If you want to know, you ask Nadia Kaperega and Honorable Borin, they'll tell you how it was done here, but it continues. So are we part of this mockery? If we are a government, we insist that many things are done where it should be done, or we actually it. It cannot be part of a ritual. You cannot take a country into a ritual. If you are serious about integration, it must be integration. It's political integration, it should be political. It's economic, it should be really economic. And we would want to a very serious cooperation and not a ritual. We proceed on our policies, integration awareness. We are aware that part of the abuse is occasioned by lack of awareness on what the CSC is about. And therefore, we would involve the young people, the youth, in knowledge. We would encourage the business community to be active and get to understand, of course, enhance advocacy and implementation of all the protocols. We believe the community CSC is a good idea, but because we're into expediency, we're not following the protocols to motivate our people to benefit from the integration and the numbers that come with the East African community. So we devote that much to revamp the whole idea of the ESD. The last time I checked, the Minister for ESC was saying doesn't even have fuel. But they got some corridor somewhere and to go and do a job. Proceed. Works and transport. Yeah, that picture really, the picture you see there shows you the extent of our works and transport. That's what we are. You can look at map of Uganda if you look around the Kampala potholes. Pretty and take a picture of map of Uganda. Honorable Councillor Kim, that's how Uganda looks like. Sometimes I picture myself and friends would drive the small cars can be consumed wholly by a pothole in Kampala and disappears. And when you look at the man is voted, I had KCCA complaining, please raise that voice. It's an abuse of our intelligence. That little money, that powerful money is voted for infrastructure in Kampala. The roads are not just deteriorating, but they're broken. The importance is alien, and the release in piecemeal, and of course the runaway corruption. I heard you and I called you for rejecting the way and are awarded to demand for transparency. In Parliament, we have been talking about the non-operation of the Road Fund. The Road Fund Act merely demands that for every liter of fuel consumed, percentage goes to the Road Fund. I don't know the percentage. I don't remember. But when you get that percentage, you will have enough money to actually work on the roads. But the regime will be on this act as non-functional. So you find a local government, like the only national one, because local government, given 300 million to go and work on the roads in Wachiso. It's an insult to common sense. So you probably have about 1 billion financial 1 billion. I was in some district in Eastern Uganda, and I met councillors, NRM councillors, who told me that in this sub-county, we got 3 million to work on the roads. So what we did, we sat down and shared it and we went home because there was no sense. The idea told me that we looked at the 3 million. We had gone for several meetings, we are going to share it, we shall explain. And that's the image of the country when it comes to that. Suddenly, we want to focus our approaches to maintaining our roads, including road safety. Our roads are very dangerous. But also, what's important for us, and this is a pet project for my terms of finance, the last number 5, target key urban roads, especially in Greater Kampala area, for payable PPEs. You know, every month, and listen to this, every month, workers around the company before time use 52 hours of work in traffic jam. You know, so how you're actually losing the money. So what we are saying that instead of that, can we create roads between Mpigi, Mukono, Wachiso, and Entebbe? And when there is a toll road, if you are in a hurry, you want to go and do business, use the toll road. But alongside every toll road, there must be another free road. So the toll road will take away the sea road. And that can be done. In fact, it's just lack of imagination. It's lack of imagination. We have this kind of traffic jam in this country. I'm not watching creativity. But you know that time, I'm sure members of parliament, of course, my biggest quarrel with my kids here that they don't keep time. And every time they don't keep time, they say, oh, I'm in a traffic jam. I don't take that crap. That's a normal exchange of traffic jam. Every day people lose time because of traffic jam. So we know that all roads are okay for a given period of time until the money is recovered. Of course, remain a public road. And I want to invite your government leaders that we can really up that advocacy in the Kampala metropolitan area for toll roads. Those who are going for quick bills and can pay, of course, not done in the manner of the first highway, which is dark, but the most expensive road in the world. So we vote, those are trillions of billions. How do we down that much to that sector? Energy and mineral development, the situation, dependency on firewood, it's not accessible, unreliable, expensive. We import lots of steel and iron. What do we want to do as the opposition? We can have access to renewable energy. We have a lot of capacity to generate renewable energy that is less costly. I talked about earlier about the iron ore in the West that we really exploit to bring that gap. Then especially in oil and gas sector, which my minister talked about in her the problem with energy in Uganda is cost and accessibility. Last week, the Ministry of Energy launched 50 megawatts on Karuma, and the country was up in jubilation. First of all, that project is late by so many months. They're supposed to produce 600 megawatts. They launched 50. And there's no reason why it's taking that long, and it has not come through. I think they're busy fixing the cracks because procurement was illicit, and that's what you get when procurement is not transparent. But they have given us 50 megawatts. West Nile is in the dark. The bulk of Lamu is in the dark. And the story in Kampala. But like you, we have unlimited energy on our grid, which we pay for. So who is really stupefying this nation? So what happened to planning in this sector? So you have daily energy, we put money everywhere in daily energy, the producers of energy. But our people live in the dark. Secondly, our people cannot access power. Those and more reasons are why government must be killed by the partners. Don't expect so much in this kind of situation where the regime is tired. So out of 600 megawatts, and the government must realign up with the capital for you. And you are late. This is the sector over which you can generate a lot of revenue in exporting to neighbors, but it requires leadership. That's it. So we want that money to direct that sector in $1 trillion. It's 1.4 trillion. Trade and industrial cooperatives. The issue there is high cost of capital, the high cost of energy, like I said, for transport, and even market access. When you have high cost of market access, it makes it a bit difficult. So we will find enhance availability of our brand in the finance sector, make capital cheaper and accessible by reducing the cost of operation. Of course, balancing indigenous capital with embedded capital. Indigenous capital is only available when the cost of borrowing locally is manageable. When indigenous capital is not available, you are actually sacrificing citizens borrowing for any expensive capital, which is prone to freight. So we intend to deal with that in that manner. The cooperatives, of course, are removed in this regime in the 80s because we thought that cooperatives are sent a mobilization of citizens into civic action. The steps revamp the cooperative movement, not in that, but cooperative movements, and involved 1.4 billion sector. Said, what are environment? When you don't get tired. That demonstration of water and the environment. Degradation and abuse, pollution, deforestation, and all attendant causes that explain abuse. Our solutions will lie in conducting and restoring the environment. The one is about conducting boundary survey and demarcating, restoring wetlands, finance and national climate change responsible innovations, equip Uganda National Unity Authority. Now that agency, the Uganda National Meteorological Authority, going up, I used to watch their weather forecast on UTV and UBC. And what they will say it will tomorrow, we sure don't take a jacket because we'll be very hot, not really. When they say it will be shiny tomorrow, give an umbrella and a jacket, it will rain. They are reporting the weather all the time. You understand, they are like witch doctors when they, you know. But I think when I focus, I keep important planning sectors, and therefore, we need to be supporting the resources to work professionally and support the whole planning component. Then we have to carry out one of the local things in the West is weather. Before we must listen to the rain, we put on the internet and get at the weather forecast, and they're near accurate. It's very, very important. You plan for movements, you plan for traffic, and everything. But here it's like witchcraft. So we don't invest so much. But one of the issues we want to do is to cause an audit of the Central Forest Reserve. The Central Forest Reserve, whichever can take out of Kampala had a component of the Central Forest Reserve. You either now find eucalyptus, pineapples, sweet potato gardens, and estates. Who actually ate the Central Forest Reserve. It accounts for the weather oscillation in this country and the entire decline in the predictability of our environment. So an audit, and we believe it must be fully restored. By restoring it, you restore order in this country, you create certainty of climate, and you reverse the danger of climate change. We work so much in trillions of that sector. Foreign affairs in this country is actually falling. It is that falling that we never know the foreign policy of this regime. You know, probably the foreign policy is that diplomats and government officials travel to any countries that could be the policy, which is why you can never understand how we relate regionally and internationally. Because the framework is not known, sometimes does not adhere to international laws and commitments, even where we are supposed to commit subscription, we don't subscribe. Those in the parliament know in some of your sectors, some of the unfunded priorities are the commitments, the regulations. So part of the problem in our foreign policy relates to our staffing. Campaign managers are made turned into diplomats. If you stole most votes, you qualify to be an ambassador. If you stole votes and you failed to go through, you still qualify. That is the qualification. You go to some of the nations, and you talk to an ambassador. And an ambassador actually is a shame to the country. Have you met ambassadors in your travels? In one, when I was a member of PAC, we visited a mission and we met with the staff and they informed us the ambassador actually overran the embassy. Is the accounting officer, was the receptionist. He actually paid for the budget. And he didn't get from his pocket. That's how this whole thing works. And it's still an ambassador even now. So come on, these fellows who are opposed to another ambassador should be trying to them and create daddies and fathers' house. And it gives people in this country in terms of groups. What I am trying to really do proceed. But those of you that have really traveled and belabored to understand the whole concept of diplomacy, national diplomacy, political diplomacy, understand that we are in a stony age. And this requires a new thinking, fresh imagination for us to revamp our standing at the international plane. And our priorities are well streamlined. Recruitment must be purposeful. It's not really necessarily, it's one of the biggest drawbacks to this area is that we are running out of professional and career diplomats. Instead, we are recruiting more and more of, political attaches, military attaches, and of course, spies to go and spy on the poverty of Ugandans in the diaspora, and switch them into region activities. That's it. We're running out of time. I'm going to move fast. We would vote that to revamp our foreign policy. Public service and local government situation. Of course, public service is, as you know, one of the scattered areas. It's are duplicated. No one is accountable. Corruption is eminent, and it needs to be revamped. But part of the area, and of course, first for public sector and especially local government, our solutions lie within rethinking the administration. And the solutions, and at the same time, you cannot revamp public service and local government without a comprehensive constitutional review. That's where we propose serious, elaborate constitutional review. The Honorable Monica here, Chairman of the Show, will tell you that was decentralization, now is centralization. The whole concept of power devolution was lost. We need a new conversation as a country as to the nature of power devolution with there. This month, I led a team of legislators to visit the province of Africa with them. Learn the nature of their power devolution. And then we get to understand that we actually bewitched. So, local governance has to be rethought. The current system is archaic, dysfunctional, and is useless. In Kenya, you cannot roll back on the powers of the provinces. The money that the supposed to receive from the center is stipulated in the constitution, in a formula. You cannot go to the right chairman of because a young man, you see, because you are young, you're not going to see the money. Because the bad play, you're not going to get the money. Who wants bad play? So thinking, a new reading, a new communication about our and I want to invite party leader that should be, we should offer leadership on this subject as the opposition on the nature of power devolution and the very idea of local governance. Otherwise, our people in local governments are suffering. That you're doing nothing, they are rendered useless. RDCs are taking over their work. You just find a masquerader in an RDC, ignorant, usurping the powers over S5 chairperson. So we need to rethink the whole concept of local governance through comprehensive constitutional reforms. Proceed. Presidency. Of course, the presidency today is a clearing house of all nature of deals. If you have any deal, McKinney deal, whatever, Stony Quarry, you just look for State House and it will be cleared. So it's got to be rethought because it's the thing of political indiscipline. Physical indiscipline, political indiscipline is relevant at the presidency. The roles are duplicated, deployed the other, then redeployed, counter-deployed. Nonsense. Proceed. So the whole idea of the presidency requires comprehensive constitutional review because a lot of rules are duplicated. On day one, which are further of other DCs and some recruit of extension workers, agricultural extension workers, and all funds shall be rechanneled into other activities. Proceed down, the others are in then, and we revert to the president's and his purpose, and the issue is debated. The president's clears which doctors, traditional healers, determines the plans, where as not a member, the presidency. Proceed. Yes, you challenge legal and administrative. Move fast. The infrastructure broken. Of course, you benefit from the proposals on infrastructure we have on core roads that should leave. Give more power to elected leaders to determine the urban challenges and address them. And the reason why people elect leaders to determine their fate and their objectives as well as their key deliverables. Move down. I'm talking about the PPs, low-cost housing in the city, redesigning the city and its purpose. Many things that should be done and not being done. Fast forward, for you in financial and carrying more fortunes. Move down, justice and constitutional affairs, serious trouble, case backlog, over detention of people, human rights violations, civic space shrinking, the LDC's trouble, the LDC gives us the current judicial officer, so it's a very critical agency of delivery of justice. Now we had an interaction in Parliament here about what we have backlog. People from the DLX sectors were giving their ideas. And some of them were saying, let's expand prisons because there is congestion in prisoners. So if you want to reduce really case backlog, do you need to expand prisons or you actually pull more judicial officers? So not about judicial officers, not every prisons, reduce congestion in prisons. You know, so where did common sense work? So you want to reduce congestion in prisons. So what you do, expand the prison. You hire more judicial officers. So we would hire more judicial officers, of course. And we're talking about operationalizing the magistrate courts, I mean the MCA, because the MCA provides for a limit of both, especially the pecuniary jurisdictional magistrate courts, but they can handle as several cases as possible to reduce on the backlog. That whole array of solutions for us can be of the judiciary. Proceed. Good time. Proceed down to the next sector, defense and internal affairs. The troubles are there. Go to the situation as we know it. Armed insurgencies, armed gang, external attacks, terrorism threats, electoral violence, UPDF indiscipline, warmongering. Proceed. What are the troubles in that sector? It requires a sobriety that apparently has diminished for it to be focused. First of all, to streamline the system of recruitment, training, and promotion. The business will receive a training to be stopped in this sector. Somebody goes with me, so I've been given this shit by so and so to be trained as a cadet. What system does that? When you have that system, you end up with the kind of officer you have. Elements welfare of the EPDF, especially the low rank, enhanced professionalism. We're talking about something small there. We introduce boarding section, the army schools. Because military people are shifted and they shift their children, it's a problem. Their families also matter. And the regime can never see that. So for school military children or military people go, they should already be building the time enough to be in school while they have parents or on state duty. The rest really simple things, including amending the APDF Act to move permanent members of the High Command. Who does that? Which country has permanent members of the command? But so and so, by birth and parliamentary, is a member of the High Command. It's only democracies and it's not democracy that you have that kind of nonsense. Put down. Move the next sector. Move. Internal affairs, almost similar problems with the defense. Just a bit on internal affairs, on the situation, and because we are ending. Yeah, runaway criminality, organized criminal gangs that are opposing, the criminal gangs that are really abducting our people, are part of internal affairs. And they are part of the criminality that are compromising the security of citizens everywhere. They are the ones perpetrating electoral violence. The question is, where are they recruited from? Who trained them and for what purpose? Inevitably, would cause a restructuring and retirement, disbandment, and prosecution of some of these fellows when we come into them. In the first 6 months, we have no choice but to prosecute them. In fact, part of saving them from public anger is to arrest them. Proceed. Working on welfare of the rank and file in that area, amending the NGO Act. The NGO Act is like a military act, not providing space, squeezing freedom of space and civic space, would of course have to review it. Not the last sector, the combat, which is the legislature, where me and you are relevant. The legislature is a killer of government. Problem. You want to space, you can't do it. The question is, do we need this size of parliament? The 45 million people require 600 members of parliament. You have for the youth. You have for the elderly. You have the EPDF. You have the workers. I had a few doctors petitioned. The farmers want their own. But which kind of parliament is this? So all these require, I even hear the journalists want their own. You see? Even engineers want. Even sex workers, somebody is saying. Remember? So the size of parliament is both a structural burden and also a political problem. So we believe parliament for the beginning will require as good solutions to an entire review of the constitution, to merge the constituencies, rationalize the election, and we have proposed in our document proportional representation. This arrangement, my president, you see, in this country, the Electoral Commission allocates to you votes. What you get, yes, allocates. My president was allocated 36 something or thereabout. In proportional representation, the NDP will have 36% of parliament. That's how it works. Okay? But secondly, some people don't need a vote in this parliament. They will do for a purpose. Because under this arrangement, because the current situation is what you call first past the post, winner takes all. Whoever steals for the president, steals for the MP, and you have all that we have. So under proportional representation, you nominate your presidential candidate, and you got to work for that candidate. The party normally has a list of potential MPs. From Masaka, you have a list of MPs. Abedi Wanika, Mathias Mpuuga, Godala Serungu, so and so, Katabazi, Nantungu and the others. They must go and work to make sure their president gets votes. If there are no votes, no MP. And simple as that. This being so masculine that I am hopeful I will go on a campaign and become parliament alone. You won't come. That will save us from gerrymandering and have constituencies cut. You see, under proportional representation, voters served by their own parliament. My constituency has 105 voters. I will sit in parliament with an MP who got 3,000 votes. That was supposed to be a sub-county constituency. That one must be merged with another constituency because equal population, equal representation. That is proportional representation. And that will work on the size of parliament. Who is the UPDF in parliament? For what purpose? Who are these workers? They're all workers. MPs when I started in Kampala, with one member of the parliament within the Uganda is asked the youth to identify their youth MP. Anywhere. They are not known and they are not needed. As simple as that. Also, that some MPs not even by their constituents. So I think that is true. The remedy the financial is proportional representation. And I want to invite leaders from parties in the opposition. This should be part of our demand in comprehensive consumer and electoral reviews, because it will save the country a lot of trouble. Of course, it's not trouble for the ruling party, but our problem, our job, not of their troubles, they can use their troubles. As long as the country agrees to our choices. When we are gentlemen, I can speak about the advantage until the chickens come home. But I thought highlights we've shared give a snippet of our ability to change things. And this document, like I said, is a document communicating our readiness to change the face of this country and saying we are ready. Our job, colleagues, leaders here, is to go and tell all and sundry that the opposition is not devoid of ideas. The opposition must be given a chance. The opposition must demand this new space. The opposition must move and speak to the people, and the people must demand for a better government, better services, a better tomorrow, and for posterity. I want to thank you, especially colleagues, members of parliament that supported this work. Peter, the team leader, and your technical team, Dr. Walusindi, Dr. Sozi, and the team for the technical backstopping provided this responsibility. Some days were tough because we had to deliver. I now know that in this technical term, I can give the country several PSCs as opposed to the dozen vote all over the corridors of government. Because we know what to do. Our political leaders, my dear President, and my SG, and the leaders, my colleague, the President, thank you for leading us, supporting us. This work is not ending here. We are here to make an announcement to the country that we are coming, and the change will come. This you have pronounced will translate into any agenda. It will happen tomorrow, another day. It's great. It must happen. I thank you so much for getting my country.
Thank you very much, Leader of the Opposition. You know, sometimes I wish I was not a technical officer. I would have so much to say. But I respect that I'm a staff of the institution of Parliament. So I'll refrain from saying what I would like to say. But thank you very much for all that information that has been given to you. Thank you for fulfilling your mandate constitutionally of delivering an alternative policy to the budget. Now, before we go any further, once again, I would like to thank you for staying with us. We're coming to the end of our program, but I still saw in this group that there's so many people that had not been recognized. And forgive me if I miss you out. Foundation for Human Rights Initiative, Mr. Sempija Abdul, wherever you are, thank you so much. Mr. Nyenje Fred, the district chair, Bukoman CMB, we recognize you. Mr. Martin Sejemba from MPG, we recognize you. Amutiaba Idi, a student leader, where are you? I hope you're still here. And we're always happy to have young people come and join us. Dennis Tumuhairwe, chair of UYD, recognize you. Nyombi Mukiri, LC5 Kalunguru, Fudia Rehema, the deputy mayor of Raga, Mr. Robert Sempala, from the Journalists Association, Human Rights Network, Chamonges Timothy, Center for Policy Analysis, Alira David, PDP, the SG, you're most welcome. Chris Ngasiwe, from the NGO Forum, we are happy to have you here. The CEO of the Uhuru Institute, Mr. Leonard Okello, Zahra Mierika, the speaker, KCCA, and the team from KCCA. I saw it's quite a large team. Mr. Masaba, the deputy speaker as well. The Social Protection, Honorable Flavia Kabahenda. I know there are so many others that have not been recognized, but we do recognize all of you in your respective capacities, and we thank you for joining us today. Now, I will not do justice if I don't invite the political heads here to come and greet you. So allow me to invite them one at a time. We shall start with Mr. Saddam Gaida from PPP to just come and say hello to you, to be followed by Mr. Katerga Mohammed from Justice Forum, and I'll keep updating you as we go along. Please just greet the people, and if you see me stand up, just know your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. MC, the president of National Unity Palatiform, the leader of the opposition in Parliament, fellow political leaders, fellow members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to thank the leader of opposition for the invitation. About a couple of days ago, we had a meeting, a very, very successful meeting with the same leader of opposition, with about 8 to 10 members of Parliament as a party. I therefore take this opportunity to thank him before you for the cordial relationship that we have had as a party with the leader of opposition. Whenever we seek for an audience from the leader of opposition, he does not hesitate to grant us audience. And that of last week was not the first time. I must tell you that last week we had a delegation of 7 people from one of the political parties in South Africa, which came here on a study tour. And we decided also seek audience from the leader of opposition, and which audience he granted. And we had a very successful discussion where we even emphasized the proposal that he has just submitted to us, which is proportional representation. We had already had that discussion at the party headquarters with those people, and we had internalized it from the horse's mouth, because that is the system that is practiced in South Africa. So
leader of opposition, we are very, very grateful with the relationship that we have as a party. But before I delve into the budget proposal, we will only comment on a few issues. Let me first make a clarification and also introduce myself for purposes of those who may not know me or the party, like Honorable Mpuuga. Because I don't know if he was just cracking a joke, because he's somebody who have been battling with in trenches for so many years. He's my member of parliament in Bhutan. And we have been on the same committee that has been campaigning for President Kyagulanyi Ssentamu in the last election. So I know he knows, and he knows the party, but I'm the acting national chairperson or national chairman of the People's Progressive Party. Majority of people prefer to call me acting president, but in People's Progressive Party, we have national chair, we don't have president. So I'm the acting chair. Our Secretary General is Mr. Opi. Please, can you stand up for recognition, please? So that Mr. Mpuuga does not mistake in future. And our MP, only MP, is Honorable Santa, of course. To throw more light about her representation, she did not come alone as a member of parliament. She came with 12 councillors in the constituency. So the party has one MP and 12 councillors. Allow me, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, to specifically thank President Robert Kyagulanyi. As much as I was part of his campaign team, but when the campaign ended and he was about to appoint the shadow cabinet, I and my MP visited his home and we had a lengthy discussion about what was happening, and that is where he decided that week to appoint our MP into the shadow cabinet. I would like to use this opportunity, Mr. President, to thank you specifically for including us in your cabinet. But in a special way, I also want to thank you, because what makes a leader is not being rhetoric, is not being hardworking, it's being able to identify capable members around him. I don't know whether you have ever read about a book called Building Leaders Around Him. Once you read it, then you can understand what makes a successful leader, an effective leader. An effective leader is a leader who can manage to identify leaders around him who can, who can perform duties that he cannot perform himself. And when I saw Honorable Mpuuga here making a presentation, when I saw Honorable Mpuuga here making a presentation, then I will give you a tick. Leader, because that is only a success. The capacity, manage to identify those people is alone a success, even if you don't succeed yourself, because you are not going to do everything alone. So I want to stand here and thank you for being a leader. I know that in a political party like ours, like yours, you always have the moderates, you always have, sometimes they call them, they refer to them as radicals. I don't want to refer to them as radicals, but those who are assertive. And once you have these two groups, You have to be in a position to balance the two. How the leftists and the rightists. But I want to assure you, you have also passed that test because you have the two groups, but you have managed to put them together, and you have now managed to show a difference, more especially given where we have been coming from. Even bringing us together as political parties, Mr. President, the leader of the leading political party in the opposition. This has not been the usual business. It has been rare for a leading political party in the opposition to bring together all political parties, because you know we have different approaches. That's like People's Progressive Party, which is non-confrontational, which does not sometimes engage in demonstrations. You know, this approach is different. But to have a leading political party in the opposition, the party which is not with the same approach with the leading political party in the opposition. It is a rare attribute that you have as a leader. I want to commend you for that, and I want to ask those honorable members to clap for our president. I think he has done a good job. I will comment about only 2 or 3 issues, and I will just make proposals. I have seen our proposal or the proposal in the alternative budget about agriculture, what I intend to do. But one of the problems that our farmers are facing is the fluctuation of the prices of their crops, of their products. Once you don't have a solution for that, you will give them money, you will give them irrigation, you will give them everything, but let me take this opportunity to introduce my old friend, Honorable now the de facto president of the party. Let me put it that way. But without using my point, honorable members, we can give the farmers irrigation. We can give them assurance about the products that we buy. But as long as we don't look into the stabilization of the prices of the products, we are not going to develop. Because today, as I speak, Mr. President, in our district of November, people are maize. As we speak, maize has been at 1,500 shillings. The people there today don't need any seeds because they sold their maize at a higher price. They can now buy the seeds. When they sell their maize at 500 shillings, nobody shall grow maize the following season. To another, that is what happens with the fluctuation of prices. What governments used to do in the past was to put a stabilization fund that used to buy all the crops during the peak seasons, and the government would wait for the prices to go up, right? And then the government will now bring in the maize and sell it. But also, where there would be shortages of food, again, government will use that same crops that it should have bought from the farmers, now come and rescue the people from food shortages. So I therefore propose that we should look into stabilization of the prices, but we should also look into establishing or setting up silos where farmers can keep their maize, because they can't keep it in the houses when the prices are low. It is government that can help them set up silos or stores where they can keep it and wait for the prices to stabilize. The second point I wanted to comment on is about domestic borrowing. Honorable Opposition, as we speak now, government is borrowing domestically in commercial banks. That means that even private individuals are competing with government in the banks. And you cannot imagine where a private investor or a private businessman can compete with the state, with the government, in the banks. The banks shall prefer, always and naturally, shall prefer to borrow the government than borrowing a private individual, because the security for that money, if they borrow government, is certain. It's very certain 100%. So you find that now the business people are competing with the government in borrowing. So I'd like to propose that budget proposal through the domestic borrowing. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I know, Mr. Leader of Opposition, you have set the standard of the Leader of Opposition high. I know that if we had a state government, it was going to look into what you have produced and flush their own budget accordingly. But we don't have one. We don't have the same government. What you have produced is naturally going to remain on the Hansard of Parliament and on the archives of our Parliament. And sometimes it may help for academic purposes. But in the future, what we have said, in the future, I think no leader of opposition is going to perform below this. This is a standard you have set, and I'm very sure and certain that in the future it will help us so much. But one thing I have to talk about is our commitment as opposition, because the government is not going to do anything about this budget. That one we know for sure. It is us who must come to power as opposition to make this a reality, what has been submitted here. But we have a duty. We are talking about the time we are coming. Sometimes we don't blame us, but we have a duty as opposition leaders. The people out there need us to unite, need us to build the synergies, need us to build one force to get rid of this autocratic regime. We shall only get rid of this autocratic regime when we get together. That's like I said, we have different approaches. Others are liberals, others are assertive, like I said. I wanted to use that assertiveness. We have to, because we all contribute to the same cause. We all contribute to the same cause. We need to work on our trivial petty issues and look at the bigger picture. The bigger picture. They have already given us the leadership. At least Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi and the leader of the opposition have already shown that they can lead the way. They can lead the way. What is remaining is to appreciate our differences, reduce the gaps, avoid giving petty issues, and focus on the objective that we want to achieve. Once we do that, and if we are not to do it, but once we do that, this region, I'll give a story. Just tomorrow, with these few remarks, I once again thank the leader of opposition for the invitation, for the working relationship with us. We commit work with which is the political party in the opposition, and we shall not deviate from the course. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saddam Gaida. He has, of course, has left me with such a challenge because, you know, if speeches were being given out through proportional representation, we'll be here for the whole day. But I'm going to ask that when Justice Forum comes and going forward, we shall limit it to just a minute or two. Let's just greet the people and so that everybody can have an opportunity to speak. So, Mr. Katerega Mohammed, SG, please come and greet the people. Thank you.
The leader of the opposition, the Honorable Mathias Mpuuga, party leaders present, my colleagues, the SGs, honorable members of Parliament, the Federal Cabinet, ladies and gentlemen. I salute you all in the name of God. I'm going to be very brief and I'm not going to comment on the submission made by Honorable Mathias Mpuuga because I'm convinced and I'm convinced of what he has presented. I can only make a commitment that I will take out, I will have a conversation with my people in Justice Forum over this because Ugandans need to know the alternative. And I want the fears which Mr. Saddam has, that it is going to remain on the archives and outside of Parliament. We are going to put it out to the community. We are going to preach it, and we are going to inform the community of what is taking place, the rules, the budgets which the NRM is running, the gaps that are in. I have one observation. When you are presenting your speech, there are some members who moved out. I suppose they went for prayers. I want to make a formal request to that because we are going to respect time. If I'm not here at 9 as we are dividing us, by this time would be out of this room. But I want to make a request that in future, we avoid those unnecessary movements. Movements, people go and do this and that. But I avoid to make such on Friday. So that everybody, uncomfortable. I don't have any doubt that because I was on the table, it would have, people didn't understand me. So I'm requesting that in future, you are avoid to organize a function like this one in the morning on Friday, or other people need be comfortable coming or participating in such organization. Mr. Leader, allow me to be greetings from just one and allow me to thank the members of Parliament. They listened to the past bill. Last November, one of the two measures which put a lot of emphasis in the values And as we said in Jena, that we did best the parliament to the environment. And that he was in the president, hands down, returns the board now. As long as I shall come back to you. And of course, you lead the team so that the bill is taken back to its current form as we passed it. Now, don't show us, ladies and gentlemen, allow me once again to thank the opposition for inviting us as well to be part of this historical event. I think this is the first alternative budget to be submitted. Maybe, or maybe the second one. And I think we take a lesson from what I want to agree with Mr. Saddam Gaya that you have raised the bar, and those who succeed you will have a very difficult time. I thank you very much, and I request, Mr. Representative, after this, you allow me to go and catch up with the players. May God bless you. For God, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katerega. And I'm sure your comments have been noted and well taken care of. Now let me invite Dr. Kilama Omero from UPC to please come and greet the people. Sorry.
The president of Europe, who is at the moment, his party is leading in the opposition, a man from a great background, and Mathias, who is the Lord. I'm also called Mathias or Mathias from Gulu. I'm actually from Gulu. I am in UPC since 1968. I'm a doctor by profession in health, and I've served as a doctor for 46 years. Until now, I'm not yet retired. I worked in government, but retired, but I'm not tired. I was this morning ambushed. I was in my clinic treating my patients. So my Secretary General, Honorable Bill, rang me and said, please, we don't have Jimmy is away. I'm indisposed. Please, you go and stand for us. I've never been a member of parliament. Although I contested for the seat in 2006, under the UPC ticket, I lost. The following day, I came to my clinic and I continued doing my job. I was a member of the Presidential Policy Commission appointed by Dr. Apple Milton Obote, and I served there in Uganda House for 6 years with Dr. Ragarare. Honorable Santa Court, I remember you came to my house, and many others, the Olanya, you know, and then Mao and everybody else. I worked with them. I almost mentored them. So, my humble request is we need to be united. We need to build Uganda
which is at peace with yourself and at ease with the neighbor. Because the stability of this nation rests squarely in the accessibility of social services within the reach of the majority of the people of Uganda. And mind you, Uganda is an artificial nation brought together by the Consensus Act of the 1962 Lancaster Agreement. Otherwise, if we want that artificial nation to progress, then we need a concerted effort by the leadership of this nation called Uganda to play its role without any form of discrimination. Otherwise, an artificial thing disintegrates when you don't bring the forces of uniting them together. So our leader must work tirelessly to make sure that the nation is united. You turn out to be my chief or whatever. If you look at where you were born, only and do the business of the nation, does not work. This leader of opposition, I agree with my fellow, he set up a very high standard. I love him, not because he's called Mathias and I'm also Mathias, no. He's eloquent, he knows what to do, he knows what to say, he knows how to argue. And then are the days when you based your political party on the colors. When the man decided to be late, I, as a leader in the Uganda People's Congress, they asked me why this is our color. I said, look here, you guys. This man here, his blood is red. Automatically could be there for A, B, and O. But the color is red. Whether you go to Russia, or you go to Ukraine, or you go to Japan, or Brazil, or Argentina, or whatever, you have red colors in their blood. So when this morning I come here, he asked me why am I not put on my red tie. I said, look here, I'm a professional doctor practicing. I just came here because I was called. I don't have to scare somebody by putting on red. If it's yellow, fine, let it be. If it's otherwise, so be it. If it is green, yesterday I think I remember put on a very nice suit with a green sort of tie because I had some function to attend to. Now, people of Uganda, corruption is something we should not accept it. And it's cancerous. It is due to skullduggery. Skullduggery is a strong English word, which means the highest level of dishonesty. The highest level of dishonesty, that is skullduggery, is eating up our society. Look here. There was a time when a minister in the 1980s, Dr. was the president then. A minister went to the Bank of Uganda. Because that president, if he went out with 20, $20,000, it will take a lot of money. And if you use $15,000, it becomes the $5,000 to the Bank of Uganda. How many members today will leave this country? Come and use the shop sophisticated. Someone address years. I studied in Russia, I studied in Germany, I went to Britain, and I studied here. I'm well balanced. When you talk of Lvov, where the war is taking place, or Kyiv, or Moscow, or where, or Rostov and Don, and those places I know. I've been in those places, I'm balanced. So, we should be also balanced in our mind. We should unite to lead this country. My purpose was for this nation. That direction. You just go alone because I live as people and my far away from them. That's why I agree with what he's saying. We talk about Uganda, UBC. Isn't this bank called what? What is this bank of the Uganda House? What is that bank? UCB, correct. UCB was formed for the benefit of the common man. Whether we like it or not, we Africans, we are social, we are more socialist orientated than the European, than the communist China or Russia or whatever. The purpose of UCB is to enable the people of Uganda to move forward. You say, the person President Museveni said it was a mistake. President far with binoculars, miles away. We did the right thing. We did what we could do. It was Edward East and destroy our nation because we were at par with Singapore. We are living in Singapore today. We talk of the health. We are not happy because within 9 years we built hospitals scattered all over the country. North, south, east, west, without discrimination. Because we are building the peace with each other and the ease with labor. Remember, one foreign country with arrogance without consulting the government, the second, that's the parliament. There was an attempt one time from Southern Sudan only to enter Uganda, but it was stopped there and then. My late brother Alex Odiera was there with us very fast. Alex Odiera was Minister of Information, Broadcasting and Tourism was my brother. I come from political background. That's why since 1968, I've been a member of the Uganda People's Congress. And our headquarters was in Uganda. And to show you, our president didn't come from the East or West. In fact, he introduced one by three. If you're not come to Parliament when you are not seconded by, if I'm from Bundo, I must be seconded from East, West, and Uganda. It's not to unify. Unify the country. Unify the country. We are working. Well, Ugandan, I think this is not my time. I've been invited through my Secretary General, Honorable Ebil, to come and represent the Uganda People's Congress. Not to my background. And I would say, let us unite. Unite for the purpose. Unite not to hate anybody. Unite so that the people of Uganda, people from Nairobi, people from Tanzania will come for treatment in Kampala and Mulago. They will come for night dances from Nairobi. No, it is the other way around. So I can see him standing. I don't like to be in discipline in one way or another. I thank you very much. I'm called, my name, I want to repeat again, Dr. Kyagulanyi Mathias. Thank you very much.
I must thank Dr. Kyagulanyi Mathias. I now know that if ever I have another son and I want him to be eloquent, the name Mathias has got to be in there somewhere, somehow. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for keeping the flag of UPC flying high. Now, in our midst, I still want to recognize Hajat Namboa Rashida, LC5 Butambala. Where are you? Yes, Hajat, thank you so much. Mayor Mukambwe Lukonge from Mitiana Municipality. Yes, we recognize you. Thank you very much. There are several editors and talk show hosts that joined us, and we really must thank you for keeping information flowing. The other arm of government, the fourth estate, thank you very much for joining us. Last but not least, the former leader of the opposition, Honorable Betty Awola-Chan. Thank you very much, Madam, and thank you for keeping the steps moving forward. Now, allow me to invite Dr. Lume Baiga, representing the Democratic Party, to kindly come and just greet the people. I'm going to ask that you keep your notes away so that you can easily greet the people. Right Honorable Leader of Opposition, Honorable Mathias Mpuuga, Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi, President of the National Unity Palatiform and the leading party in the opposition, representatives of political parties, colleagues, members of parliament, leaders in various categories, ladies and gentlemen. Right Honorable Leader of Opposition. May I request the colleagues here to clap for you for this achievement today. This alternative speech on the budget is a real wake-up call to all Ugandans to start to look at Uganda as we are, and to ensure that everybody wakes up to the realities that are occurring in our country.
We have heard that we are living in a very artificial life and listening to very artificial figures. And that is what Ugandans continue to consume. Without this speech, very many Ugandans, including members of parliament and leaders of various categories, would have gone with the figures of government, which are very artificial. And that is why we must congratulate ourselves as the opposition in this country for having a very brilliant opposition, which has enabled us to know that this country can have another path that Ugandans can follow to make our country deliver for everybody. Let me make a few comments. I just need 3 minutes of your valuable time. On health, I have a health background. Everybody has been talking about health insurance. I was in Rwanda just recently, and the country which President Museveni doesn't want to hear that they are making very big progresses, being younger than them, and he was taking them as his own houseboys. They have fast-tracked health insurance, and everybody has access to health and quality health. This is something that we need to fast track, and we need to put our feet on the ground and show the world that this is also possible in this country, and it is possible. The second thing I wanted to comment about is on land and environment. Yes, we need to audit the processes and outcome of the land giveaways, especially the public land giveaways. We also need to audit how forests have been acquired in this country, where parts of land, especially in Uganda, have been given away at giveaway prices, and natural forests. In natural forests being planted eucalyptus and pine, and nobody has any right to fetch firewood in such land which we are helping our people to get fuel. This is very rampant, and it must be reversed through legislation and through activism to prevent this kind of acquisition of forest land. Those forest lands are going to be populated, new populations of people. In the middle of the villages where people don't have land to make a living, and they pay paltry 320,000, and somebody gets 2 square miles of forest land. Right, Honorable Leader of Opposition, this must be stopped. Must bring it to Parliament, and if at all Parliament is not enough, we must lead a campaign to reverse it. We must repossess that land which has been given away, public lands which have been given away. Because public lands are given away conditionally. Those people who are conditioned to take this land through the corrupted land boards, they do other things other than why they acquired that land. And Ugandans have not been keen on how these lands are being acquired. We know the processes. We must lead this campaign to reverse the possession of this land. And those people living adjacent to these lands must acquire them, because that is what the law provides, and the law has been always circumvented, and people have always been chased away from their lands. Thank you for commenting on the PDM. It is a stillbirth, and the stillbirths are very painful. I know President Museveni is listening. We were laughing at you. Well, this thing was very badly brought up. We were the third world largest producer of coffee. We didn't have large estates of coffee, but Ugandans were stimulated by having a steady market and guarantee of market, international market for coffee. That even under Idi Amin Dada, the man who had been curtailed from attaining international fora and markets, being a dictator, as he was called, although an achieving dictator than the ones that we have today. Uganda managed to survive. We managed to survive by the sale of our coffee, and we were the third world biggest producer of coffee. Today, we are nowhere because this country ran away from its responsibility of ensuring that our primary producers get ready and guaranteed market as a stimulus for their efforts. You cannot reward effort by nothing. You cannot say that the 39% of the people to whom you are targeting 100 million per parish, one size fits all, are also going to work out their market for their produce and a global market, which should be the stimulus for effort. I think this needs to be given to President Museveni point blank so that he can unlearn running away from guaranteeing markets for the Ugandans and thinking that you are going to give 100 million in a parish, one size fits all, is going to be like any other programs that have been started by him before. And he's going to die a very frustrated man because he has not managed to pull Ugandans out of poverty to prosperity. And we are here to help him as an alternative, to ensure that he knows that when we speak, he should also listen. Since he is still steering a little bit, then he can do maybe some wonder can come. When he listens one time, a few Ugandans can be pulled out of poverty to prosperity. But when he continues not to listen, and these programs continue to be done for him, he will be a very frustrated man, not being able to establish a new dispensation where people live happily. I want once again to thank you so much for convening this assembly and delivering that speech. I sat with my colleague, Honorable Rumo, behind there because we are MPs, members of parliament like others. And when I heard the MC announcing that Honorable Mao is going to sit there, I thought that there was a label on the chair. Because you know, he left our party and entered the NRM, he's a minister. So I am now there. It is me you should always invite this way. My country, thank you very much.
It's a good thing I'm a civil servant. I will not comment on some things. But thank you very much, Dr. Lulume. Thank you for hosting the flag for the Democratic Party. In the meantime, once again, I recognize Speaker Luwa Charles from Makindi Division. Yes, thank you for joining us. Mayor Mulenzi Bamu from Iganga Municipality. Thank you for joining us. And I know there are many local government leaders and local government officials who are here. Could you just stand, wherever you are, please just rise to your feet. All the local leadership that is here. There are quite a number. We could not recognize you individually, but thank you so much for joining us. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, allow me to invite a representative from FDC, Ms. Doreen Nyanjura. Please come and greet the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MC, the President Noop, the Leader of Opposition, fellow leaders from other political parties, and to all, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I bring you warm revolutionary greetings from my President, the Honorable Patrick Amriat. He's not been able to join us. He lost a brother, but I'm here to represent him. And without making any further submissions, allow me to recognize some of the leaders from FDC. I've seen the former leader of the opposition, the Honorable Betty Awol. You look smart in blue. I've also seen our Secretary for Mobilization, the Honorable Mpuuga Caps. He's also a former member of Parliament. She's just walked in. And of course, we have several other members of Parliament. I was, of course, ambushed, but that does not mean that I will fail to make a submission. Colleagues, first of all, allow me to thank the Leader of Opposition for offering this alternative budget. You can clap. Well, unlike the Mathias Mpuuga budget, whose sole objective was to oil a patronage system and offer illusions about poverty eradication to the ordinary citizens through ill-thought-out programs like the parish development model, the alternative budget offers concrete, actionable spending priorities that have the capacity to transform the lives of the ordinary citizens. And for me, true leadership demands for that. Of course, when you look at the budget that was presented, it placed the biggest chunk of the national resource envelope in the hands of our central government. The local governments where the citizens live and work were given just a small share of the resources. And of course, this is not rocket science. If I'm to give an example of KCCA, and I want to thank the Leader of Opposition, he talked about KCCA being offered 2 trillion a year. Our strategic plan was talking about 1 trillion a year. Of course, we tried to squeeze the little resources that we have. So the resources are left at the center. It definitely leaves a lot to be desired. But we thank you for what you have presented, and we are going to carry the alternative budget that we have received today. We are going to carry it, we are going to read it as our Bible, because it clearly means a lot to us. And of course, during your submission, you kept on referring to the IGG. And I actually wanted to give my submission when she was here. And I kept wondering whether you have taken time to really understand what she goes through. We know that she's been trying to do her level best, but under the circumstances, I remember there's a time she was conducting an audit on the style, and she was warned, she was told, please go slow. As long as people steal resources and they invest them in this country, do not run after them. So really would be demanding a lot from her. And of course, there was a comment recently, I don't know if you saw a letter that was circulating all over social media, and they are telling her, please do not run after our men and women in uniform. So really, for us to expect miracles, for us to expect her to perform, would be asking for too much. And like we all know, we lose 10 trillion, ladies and gentlemen, 10 trillion a year to corruption. And of course, for us in the opposition, yes, our budget has been presented, an alternative has been given, but when you actually read the report that was presented by the IGG, and over the years, the most corrupt institution has been, do you know it? Uganda Police. Uganda Police. The next that follows in line was the judiciary. The next that followed in after the judiciary was the Lands Commission. I don't know if you're seeing the kind of country that we are talking about. We are talking about a country that is in shambles. We are talking about a country that is in tatters. And definitely the responsibility to reform, to transform, and to liberate this country lies within us. And those that came before me talked about unity. I'm here to rally all of you that we need to stand against being divided. We need to stand against being divided, or else we shall come here, read the beautiful speeches. Unfortunately, we shall not be able to do much. I'm quite passionate about issues of gender. I'm quite passionate about issues to do with education. And recently I was actually embarrassed and shocked after celebrating Women's Day under the theme of digital transformation. Most of the government entities, KCCA inclusive, was not allocated a single coin for ICT. But I mean, the country was celebrating Women's Day. And we have our leaders. I saw the Honorable Joyce Bagala. I think all of us saw her and what happened to her yesterday when she was attempting to offer an alternative. We've talked about the parish development model, which is total crap. And you know, when you go and look in most of the budgets, there was no money that was allocated to women. There was no money that was allocated to youths. There was no money that was allocated to people living with disabilities. And we are told that the money was put under the parish development model. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to rise to the occasion and say enough is enough, because this is what those that we represent demand of us. The other thing that is very dear to me is the education system, like I told you. I represent Makere University, but I also come from a background that is full of teachers. I want us to analyze our education system and specifically at how much is allocated specifically for those who go for UPE. In Uganda, each pupil is allocated 9,300 shillings a year. And for your information, when the current vice president was the Minister of Education, she said people needed to celebrate because that was increased from 6,000 to 9,000. Now, when you look at Kenya, and that's 9,000 translates into $2.5 a year. When you look at Kenya, it's $5 a year. When you look at Egypt, they allocate $150 a year. South Africa allocates $1,400 a year. They allocate $2.5. When you look at Britain, they allocate $7,800 a year. When you look at Norway, they allocate $2,000 a year. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're talking about education, if you're talking about transforming this country, what exactly are we talking about? When we talk about competition at the national level, at the international level, what exactly are we talking about? We need to do more than what we are currently doing. As FBC, we have now and again advocated that greater resources must go where people are, where the taxes come from. Taxes do not come from central government. When resources come closer to the people, we no longer talk about bringing services to the people, because the people will have the power to prioritize their needs and deal with themselves because they will have the means to do so. Now, of course, the concentration of resources at the center has bred corruption and impunity. The thugs reside right at the top. And I want to emphasize that the thugs reside right at the top. This country is yet to recover from one of the most shameful scandals, at least for me, the one that I have seen in the annals of corruption, the Karamoja Iron Sheets scandal. The thieves without shame told the world that the iron sheets had delivered themselves to their home states. Now, make matters worse, this was something that was coming from the Ministry of Finance, someone entrusted with our resource envelope. Is it not a shame? So, ladies and gentlemen, there is no way the budget objectives can be realized. Our learning, our resources before they go to the intended beneficiaries. There is no way the budget objectives are going to be realized, but our learning, our resources before they get to the intended beneficiaries. And therefore, for me, the only solution that I have, for all of you that know me, I am an activist for change, because I believe there is little that we can do under the current dictatorship. If we indeed need change, if we indeed must talk about good governance and the rule of law, we need to leave our comfort zones. Ladies and gentlemen, this country is crying for leadership. This country is crying for those that are going to lead them. And I have no doubt we have what it takes to command and change this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nyanjula, and thank you, FDC. I think your comments have been received and understood. Now, distinguished guests, we are coming to the end of our program today. As we wind up, I just wanted to inform you about what the procedure will be. After our final remarks today, there shall be a group photograph on the steps of Parliament, and would like to invite you to join the team on the steps of Parliament. So right now, I'm going to invite the leader of the opposition in Parliament to kindly come and make his closing remarks, and thereafter invite the president of the National Unity Platform to also come and make remarks.
Mr. Peter, now that you've written, I want to invite the audience to appreciate you for moderating us so well. Thank you so much. Never apologize for being a civil servant. Our government requires civil servants like you, potent and able to get work done. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, and we have done justice to the reasons of being here. I'm saying partial justice because when it ends here, then it's a waste. It's a launch of a protracted struggle to comb the hills and valleys and escarpments of a ruined nation, to bring to bear to all and sundry that this country deserves better. When I invited my president to be part of this audience, of course, characteristic of him, he was questioning the wisdom of this kind of audience. I told him, it is your audience, sir, please you must come and address it, because the nation needs to hear from you. Because they missed you in State House. That's what we should be doing, we should have been doing. Now the remaining propositions to the country, but the beauty is we are around and we shall outlive our enemies. And we shall see another day to implement our beautiful ideas to motherland. I got a text message from a citizen listening in or watching on TV and was asking me, so you're saying you're going to construct beautiful programs in Kampala. So how about us in the rural areas? Are you abandoning us? Simple response I've sent him. We are going to put our money where the money comes from, which are equalized for the other areas when you generate more money. That's how economics is done, simple economics. Generate money where it is. Don't put money if it's a road and people are putting, doing cassava. You need to just know that that community lacks the basics before giving them a road to buy cassava. They have no hospital, they have no schools. First, and then receive the rest. Mr. President, surely we have invite you to your impressions for this audience. I've been mentioning watching you, sir. Most welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, fellow leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I still feel that the right honorable leader of the opposition has not been appreciated enough this afternoon for the elaborate speech. So may I request a standing ovation for our leader of the opposition. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was really impressed by your wide-reaching knowledge to the extent that you even touched the musical area, which is my background. Ladies and gentlemen, the leader of opposition was right. Music is actually both an art and a science. The scientists that are here with us this afternoon will agree with me that science is based on laws and principles. And yes, the artists like Dr. Wilderman will agree with me that art is based on creativity and innovation. But as a musician and other musicians out there, until you study music from the highest level, that's when you're going to understand that actually music has laws and principles, and yet it continues to run around creativity and innovation. So thank you very much for that insight. I write to the position. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here today as our parliamentary front launches this alternative budget proposal for the financial year 2023-24. Many times, regime apologists tend to claim that we do not present any alternative views for Uganda's future. But as you all know, that our 2021 manifesto gave clear and achievable policy alternatives, and we have labored to elaborate these on various occasions. The last time I was here at Parliament, our parliamentary front was launching its legislative agenda. We are again here to highlight some of our policy alternatives and proposals that we would, use to usher Uganda into a new opening. Unfortunately, the guns have not allowed us have that opportunity, but we still believe that we have that opportunity. I want to thank you for today, Right Honorable Leader of Opposition and your team for this. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard, our alternative budget proposals are rooted in the principles of universal human rights and equality. Human rights are not a luxury, ladies and gentlemen. It is a fundamental aspect of human dignity that should be respected and protected in all aspects of life, including economic policy. We believe that every Ugandan deserves the opportunity to succeed, regardless of their background or the circumstances. We believe that it is possible to build a Uganda that works for everybody, not just a select few. The human rights approach is centered on the idea that economic policies should prioritize the rights and well-being of all people, especially the vulnerable ones. Unfortunately, here in Uganda, that is not the case. The Ugandan economy, as you all know, is characterized by gross corruption, inequality, and lack of opportunities for the majority of our people. Wealth and power are concentrated in the hands of a small group, and that is why we need an alternative budget which truly represents and prioritizes the needs and aspirations of all Ugandans, not just the few that hold power and influence. The alternative budget is not just a collection of numbers and figures. It is indeed a reflection
of the values that we hold so dear as a party and as a team. Our national budget must prioritize the investments in sectors that will create jobs, that will improve people's livelihoods, and will enhance economic growth. Special attention should be given to health and education, and of course, social protection programs that will benefit the ordinary Ugandans. We must invest in healthcare to ensure that every Ugandan has access to quality and affordable healthcare services for the purposes of increasing their productivity. Our healthcare workers and teachers must be paid and paid well. We must focus on creating an environment that is conducive for business growth, job creation, and all other developments. This requires deliberate investment in infrastructure, including roads, railways, and yes, the energy sector. We must reduce the burden of taxes and regulations on small and medium-sized businesses. Otherwise, we shouldn't expect peace in a country where young people are broke, are unemployed, and are hopeless. We must ensure that everyone has access to resources that they need to succeed in life. And this means investing in social protection programs such as universal health care and social security. Last year, ladies and gentlemen, this parliament passed the National Health Insurance Scheme Bill, but up to now, the bill has not yet become law. It is a shame that 61 years after independence, we still rely on the foreign development partners to meet 41% of our health expenditure. The government of Uganda caters for only 16% and leaves the big burden to the ordinary citizen. We do not have a national health insurance scheme in place. The available health insurance plans are almost all private schemes, and yet even then, they cover less than 2% of the population. Now, I did not say they cover 2% of the population. I said they cover less than 2% of the population. I believe many of you, if not all of you, have been following the scandal at NSSF. Over 14 trillion shillings of private employee savings is at risk of being stolen because of greed. And of course, it's being stolen by those that have power and influence. The situation is even worse at the police officer circle, the Exodus circle, and the military officer circle, the Razalindo circle. The high-ranking officers find it almost impossible to access the savings, which savings are actually forcefully deducted off their salaries. Billions are allocated to security, the security sector, but my friends, when you look at the livelihood of the men and women in uniform, it is sad. No wonder many soldiers and police officers are angry, bitter, and frustrated, and they end up venting that frustration and anger on the innocent citizens. Recently, many of you saw in the media that some police officers have actually gone to court over salary cuts. That's where we are now. I want to say it again, ladies and gentlemen, that our government will ensure that those who keep our nation safe earn better, with the highest paid officer earning at least 1 million shillings. This will help, because if we pay them better, then we shall have the moral authority to demand that they treat the citizens better. If we treat them with dignity, they will treat our citizens with dignity. It's unfortunate that the regime continues to marginalize and isolate significant sections of our population. An old saying used to be that we shall not wait for Karamoja to develop. But today, a few elites in the regime, including the Speaker of this very Parliament, the Vice President, the Prime Minister, the Minister for Ethics and Integrity, and many others, they have decided to say we shall not allow Karamoja to develop. Ladies and gentlemen, it is sad, very sad, that anyone here who has traveled to Karenga or Kopido or Abim and all other poverty-ravaged areas in Karamoja and seen the misery there, I'm sure they're still questioning why those thieves are still in office. I'm personally wondering and shocked that those Ugandans that protested the theft are in prison today, but the thieves are in office, they're being guarded and rewarded. That's where we are. Ladies and gentlemen, implementing these proposals requires a change in the allocation of resources, so we must cut spending in areas that do not necessarily contribute to the well-being of our people. We should not continue wasting money buying tear gas and killing machines, because these are just for terrorizing our people. We need to use our money better. It is not logical, ladies and gentlemen, that the police and the military were allocated 9 trillion in this current budget. 9 trillion for police and the military. And the agriculture sector, which employs over 70% of Uganda's working population, was allocated only 1.4 trillion. We must restore hope in the thousands of young Ugandans who line up every day at Entebbe Airport in search for better life outside Uganda. And unfortunately, many of them, as you've seen, end up facing more indignity and more humiliation outside Uganda. Of course, with no protection and care whatsoever from the authorities here. We must increase the domestic revenue by cracking down on corruption. My sister has mentioned that we lose 10 trillion to corruption. It could be more, because in Uganda, you can't even trust the numbers that they cook up every day. But we must increase the domestic revenue by, cracking down corruption and implementing a fair tax system. And that way, we shall collect much more than the 25.8 trillion, which you all know cannot even finance half of our national budget. So I want to invite all of you, ladies and gentlemen, especially civil society organizations and private sector players, to engage with us in the process of liberating our country and directing our country's destiny. I am very confident that the alternative budget offers a viable roadmap, and to that end, it also addresses the most pressing economic issues of the country. However, I must tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that the alternatives that you've heard from the leader of opposition and the adumbrations from fellow leaders, they are all brilliant, they are very good, but they cannot work in isolation. And that is why we must dedicate a significant portion of our efforts towards destroying Museveni and ending the Museveni dictatorship. And this is the reason. It's because no matter how brilliant our alternative policies may be, they simply cannot be implemented under a dictatorship, whose main preoccupation is keeping power and nothing else. Once the regime falls, I am sure Ugandans will come together and discuss how they want to be governed and how they want to, allocate the massive resources. We are very rich as a country. In fact, let me put it better. Our country is very, very rich, but we are very poor. Why? Because we are ruled by thieves. The top thief, we all know him. That is General Museveni. I want Michelle to say so. So I want to thank you for listening to me, ladies and gentlemen. We've had the beautiful speeches. We've had the beautiful proposals, but they cannot work. They can't be implemented because we are being ruled by thieves. But if their intention is not to see Uganda develop, your life is not the issue. And that's why I'm very, very proud of you, Honorable Mpuuga, and your team for making even the theme of your budget proposal a human rights driven proposal, a human rights driven budget. I thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country.
Ordinarily, once the main guest has spoken, that is it. So distinguished guests, once again, thank you very much. Thank you for turning up in such large numbers. I would like to invite you all to follow the team led by protocol to the steps of Parliament, where we shall have a group photograph. Okay, the team